Hey, howdy, hey. Well, I messed up on the test earlier today. Oh well, that's why we do tests on days that are, not super important. Greetings there, Jess. How are you doing this evening? It's been a while since I've tried to do a stream direct from the YouTube site, getting all set up, and apparently I didn't press the right button. So thus my experiment failed. Which is good that I found it out now, because there's some things I want to try and do in the future that, well, kind of will need to worry about that. What's that little sparkle? That's weird. Hey, dog. Well, I wasn't planning to do a stream today. I was planning to do that tomorrow, but I realized that schedule might make it a little hard to do it tomorrow, so I decided to give it to do today instead. Try and go earlier. We are going to go for a while, basically until I tire out. I have to go to bed earlier, so there's that too. So I think we might get done probably a good 4-hour stream at this point. I don't expect it to go on much longer than that. Hello, hello, hello. Man, this thing's got a long range. Well, he should not have done that. Are you adjusting your sleep schedule for the upcoming trip? Yes. Yes, indeed. I used to be able to shift time zones easily. I'm not nearly as good at that as I used to be. Uh-huh. But it is going to be relatively soon as well, so I have to start that adjustment sooner rather than later. Oh, come on. How can a man play his banjo in peace? You started this fight, buddy, not me. Remember that. Well, 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 well. He gave me a wonderful gift. Very nice of him. Ooh, that's... Okay, there's areas in glaciers that are like this where you can see kind of down into caverns. They're dangerous, but they're beautiful. Well, I mean, not dangerous, like, because there's water in them, they're safer than normal ice, but they're still, things you have to kind of watch out for. Greetings there, West. Oh, it's called getting older. Yes, indeed, Jess. Yes, indeed. Was playing listening in on stream you had set up and didn't realize you had canceled that one. Yeah, I messed up on the setup. It's been a while since I've done one through YouTube rather than through Restream, and so thus it got messed up. Out of practice. Actually, I think there's something that you have to do very specifically to get Restream to detect the one that you already have set up, and I didn't have that switch enabled. Not sure why that doesn't happen by default, but thanks for showing the dedication to that stream all the same. Much appreciated. Grant that. Oh, I want hoverboards back. That reminds me of them. Do you have Meow equipped? No, I don't think so. You're not referring to the dog, are you? The Mizu? Oh, wait, no, it's the font size was too small. Okay, it is Mizu. Yep. Where's the dog? There we go, dog. Yeah, for whatever reason, my eyes didn't see the S there. The boards are in OG, if I remember right. That's right. Oh, they kept them around, huh? Might give that a try again so I can have the boards. Equip a ranged weapon. So sophisticated. Hit an opponent with a launcher. With a launcher, does this count? A rocket launcher? But anyway, so I'll be going to a... So I'll be doing the earlier streams for a while. And again, around Saturday, we'll start to go offline. And then that's because I'm probably going to be too tired to do it. If I do streams, then it will be very rare. And then we'll be back after I return from travels. Gonna be going over to spend time in along that eastern border with you that we share with the ocean. Not a fan of that area. East Coast is a unique area. I spent a lot of years living there, and not a major. Well, it's definitely not my happy spot. I can definitely tell you that. The loot pool of the season is the loot pool. Ah. What the heck? Oh. Come here, buddy. There we go. I just took out I'm gonna win. Obviously, he had false advertising. Uh-oh. I'm gonna lose. Oh no, oh no. This is not good. Swim, Buzz. Do what toys do best. And float out to the ocean where you're going to pollute the environment. I'm surprised I've survived so far. I'm a little afraid to stop. Is Buzz a toy or is he a fish? Golly, that was close. Wow, dog, you kept up well. Time to fish for health. Is that him? No, that was not. Nope. Hark. That did not seem to be him. but definitely somebody who's got good accuracy all the same. I just need some health. Let a buzz find some fish. By the way, be sure to mention if audio is acting up. I think I got it set up earlier. Since I started earlier, I got a chance to kind of double check it beforehand, and everything seemed to be operating. Do I dare try and fish again? Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Oh. Thanks there, Jess. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. There'll be a couple of times I'm going to be fishing this. Oh, forgot those things you can't eat. I'll be fishing a couple of times this summer, during which it'll be about 2 or 3 days at a time, and most of that's just travel. Might share some photos of that later on. Don't know if share them before or after I get back from those ones. Come on, give me some more fish. Indeed. Very glad for your help there, Jess. Oh, come on. Bad time to itch my nose. Come on, where's all the health? What does that give me? Oh, the ability to see. Ooh, that's not good. So he's in the vicinity. Oh, that's the dog's little glow. Oh, I was wondering what that was earlier. They don't give me... Sorry, they don't give mods that power on YouTube. Buzz, where's... Buzz versus a shadow wave. Boy, I cannot read tonight. So, you're liking the doggy? Yes, that is a good doggy. It actually looks like a pet. Unlike the, some of the other weird ones that are out there. I like when an animal looks like an animal. I know, it sounds like so much to ask for, but a lot of games, they like to try and have unique characters, and I like things that are just kind of standard, normal, realistic, things like that. I'm having a heck of a time trying to find some good health here. Destroy this picnic area. Anything in your cooler? Nope. Come on. Maybe in here. Oh, wait a minute. That usually has some shield with it. Okay, well, not the shield I wanted, but it will do. Ooh, gloves. Okay, there we go. Ooh, a pack of fruit. Or a pack of, coconuts. Wait, coconuts? I thought they healed shield. Okay, so they heal just normal health. Good to know. Eat that OP corn. And I am staying this area way too long. This is absolutely pointless. What am I doing? Okay, that's enough. Time to get out of here. Dang, that was not a smart ordeal. Okay, well, once the Fist of Fury charge up, I'll be able to take on this person. Oh, oh, uh-oh. Oh, golly. Oh, golly. That was close. Ah, there's someone else. I'm not ready for someone else. Doesn't he know I have to... Oh, never mind. The guy walked on. Well. I figured you'd like that breed. Ah, yeah. Ooh, Ice King's out there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, you can stay in the storm, buddy. I won't bother you. That confounded banana. You know, bananas are one of my least favorite flavors. Might be because I'm allergic to them. Okay, let me see this here. Unplug and... This thing's acting up. There we go. Plugging back in. You're allergic? Yep, indeed. There is that too. Testing. Greetings there, West.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Well, we are having very few sound problems for this time around, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm watching your game, and you're like, "Oh, this is not smart." And I'm like, "Yeah, you just exchanged 40 health for 50 shields, and you don't have the ability to replace that health. Where are you going?"
Yep. That was although that wasn't it still panned out. It just was that confounded banana. I was typing allergic as you said it. Oh, yes. Oh, golly. That outfit is, I think, one of Fortnite's better outfits. I like the idea of having a raccoon that looks like he's some sort of trash gangster.
Yeah, this is one of the first ones that I did buy once you could, because when you first join, they don't let you buy right away, which is a smart move. This way it avoids people buying before they start playing and then complaining, "Oh, I don't like this game. Can I get my money back?"
Yeah.
I remember buying this one, and I bought John Wick. I think John Wick might have been the first one I bought.
Just says, I remembered that you were allergic, and it was funny that we had the bananas in game because of that. Yes. That was a while back, too. That was when... That was, I think that was within the first 6 months of doing the streams.
Oh, here. You know what? You want to come over to the sanctuary? I know where the key is, and I get into the vault 50% of the time.
All right. Heading that general direction.
The key to the vault rotates between 2 or 3 different buildings. So I think it might be 2. And so 50% of the time it's in this one. Most of the time people don't go to get it either. At least not yet.
All right, well, somebody seems to be joining us over here, so just be forewarned.
Yeah, I see them. Oh, they're heading in. No. They're going to the building. They're not going to where the key is. Oh, nope. It's in the other building.
The gloves.
I got the wrong building this time. It's on the other side.
Okay. Man, we got a lot of people over here. A lot of people.
Oh, damn. Did he blow up?
Yeah.
We killed him?
They were pretty low on health.
Okay.
Somebody else right here. That's right. Before everyone gets a chance to heal and get all the shields.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another guy. He's just begging for me to come and ruin his day. Oh, that's a freaky character. Uh-oh. Very good. That's right. Get punched on the head.
I thought you came down and stomped on him.
Oh, that was the standard finishing ability that Buzz Lightyear had in the old adventure game.
Ah.
Ooh, more gloves over here if you want them.
Oh, nice. Oh, up here. Somewhere up here. They're on the roof.
Take that, lizard.
Where the heck? Oh, I can't get... There they are.
Wow, they just keep showing up.
Yeah. Where'd you say the
Line
gloves
up,
were?
everybody. They're right next to the building up there.
Oh, there they are. Cool. I've got a gold, a mythic enhanced harpoon. I don't know if you
Ooh,
want it.
yeah.
I don't know.
I like the gimmick items like that.
Cool. Yeah, I tried to get in there twice.
Good
I
way
couldn't
to
get
pull
in there.
people in. Oh, this is where the stairs are.
Yeah, I think somebody knocked some of the stairs out. Ah, finally some shields. Good lord.
Yeah, there's been a lack of shield around here.
There we go. Oh, let's finish that one off. Get
And there's a lot of people
all
back
the
to back.
shields.
7 people and still early game. Oh, here's shields. I will hold on to this one. Actually, nah, we'll use it now. There's probably going to be others in the area. Besides, I still need a ranged weapon. Until I get a chance to use this harpoon.
Yeah, I can't remember where the other building is. I think it's another building that looks like this building. It's a two-story building. And I think it's on the other side of the main building. Somewhere over there or something. I don't know.
All right,
I don't know where
following
the other...
you. Go forth, raccoon.
Yeah, well,
Find the way.
I think the storm is going to come in and cover the building before we have a chance to find the key and get down there anyway. So yeah.
We'll be at one damage, so we'll have some time.
Okay. Yes. Gloves again. Nice.
Yep. Get some replacement ones while wasting 2 more of those charges in case somebody comes up and steals them.
It might be this building right here. See, it looked like the other building was. Oh, nope. Not in here.
Think someone might have already got it?
could be. It's possible. Although, since we're so close to the main building, we usually hear the klaxon going off when they open the vault.
Hmm. Does the vault sometimes not go off?
The alarm never fails to go off when somebody opens it. But that's not necessary that we hear it. You know, I mean, we're not in the building, so it's possible we just didn't hear it.
Indeed. Want to search in there or head on out?
I guess we can move on because, like I said, the storm's gonna gobble it up soon. No sense in.
Who would have thought that a storm could, cause a shelter like that to be in trouble?
Yeah. Well, I know. One time there was a rivalry master with a skin that I usually identify as using aim assist, chasing me in a rivalry. So I just went down to the bottom of the bunker there and let the storm sweep over, and I stayed in there for like 4 minutes, until the storm finally said, "You better get out, or we're gonna kill you."
Yeah.
You know, regardless of whether I had like 9 med kits, so I just kept healing. But
it worked out well.
They added a feature now though, so that people can't do that forever. Where even if you have med kits, you can't heal. It just like does like 30 damage or 50 damage.
Oh yeah, storm fatigue. Someone's up ahead.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oh, did they get in the car and run off?
Yeah, they got in the car and then ran off. Get hooked.
Oh,
I
wow.
went fishing
Nice.
for women? Is that what that was?
I don't know. That was nice though. I thought the other one was in the bush here, but I guess their partner's not here. Well, here's your car they stole.
Well, that's a unique strategy to try and employ. See gunfire in a bush and fire a harpoon into it.
Yeah.
Need replacement gloves?
No, mine are still at 20. I haven't even shot one off yet.
All right. Well, we know where to find some.
Oh, there's a slurp truck. You need some more shield.
Yep. Oh, hey, look at that. There's someone to, fight first.
Yeah, don't hit the pump. Oh, 2 of them. They're not very good shots.
Well, I'm taking an opportunity to practice with my hook then.
There are 2 of them, so it is.
There we go.
Good, I'm glad you got one of them off of me.
Oh, there's someone else. And that person is good.
Yeah, I just lost everything.
Run. Oh, no. He's coming for me. I'm going to pretend like I dove off the edge. Instead, just climb, but never mind. All right, well, I'll be down here waiting for some help when you have a chance.
Oh, I got him, but somebody sniped me from I don't know where.
Probably from the ridgeline. That's the one that started attacking me.
Yep.
Oof. Man, that was a lot of eliminations, though, for that for a round that we didn't even get to the end game.
Oh, I haven't gotten to the end game all night. There are there's nothing but sweaties and cheaters on tonight.
There seems to be a lot of people that are on right now that are seems a little odd, and so I found out this last week that a lot of colleges have just let go of all their students, so that might be what's going on. I remember when
let go, like he expelled them.
If only. No, No, they finish up their classes and they're ready to go back and whatnot.
Oh. I was gonna say, I'm glad a lot of them getting expelled because I would wager 50 to 70% of kids that are in college today don't belong there.
I would say that's probably a good estimate there. College has very much become a gateway fee that you pay. Definitely doesn't give you the credentials. All it gives you is a certificate that's basically just a key to getting higher wage opportunities, but not even guaranteed, which is the ironic part of all that.
I don't even mean that they don't need to be there. I mean, it shouldn't be there.
Mm-hmm.
They don't merit being there.
Yes, well, there's that too. Indeed. One of the people that should never have gone to college would be me. When I went to college, it was basically a penalty. Pay for us to basically say that you knew what that your skills actually existed. And man, when I got out of college, I realized that that degree barely gave me anything. That is nothing more than the fee that I had to pay to get jobs. I was like, great, I just spent the same amount of money that would have cost I could have spent on actually getting a home. I spent that on a series of debts to get started.
Yep.
You were in Ohio as well, weren't you? Says Jess. That would be part of the problem. Yes. Ohio. Me and Ohio have a troubled relationship as a result of all that. Ooh, that's a nice item to start with.
Well, I think you picked a good spot. I know there's not a lot of people here right off the bat.
There's a lot of folks that they really want to land in areas where there's a whole lot of people. I don't get that, because then you risk the chance of losing immediately, whereas you might stand a better chance if you just wait a little bit.
Yeah, I like to find a place that is, doesn't have to be completely devoid of people, but not crowded. Oh, here's some gloves. I already have a pair. Oh, nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, sir.
Indeed.
Yeah, I like to get my setup before I start getting into the heavy fighting. And my setup usually involves having 3 slots for healing, med kit, shielding, and other shielding, and then a rifle and a shotgun, or a rifle and the gloves. If I get that set up, then I'm happy. Which I have half of it now. I need to get the healing stuff.
Exactly.
I'll pick up the recon scanner for now, I guess.
I've been around too long and remember a bunch of random facts. Indeed. I cannot hit him. Get hooked.
You just poke him in the behind with the harpoon.
I mean, hey, this the size of this harpoon, this thing would take just about anything out.
There's a board up ahead. Oh, and a truck. Oh, shit.
That's a better item. There was a guy that I used to play with that was really good with the harpoon. And,
Oh, damn it. I punched the board instead of...
hey, we got a car in the area.
Yep.
Oof.
Oh, I missed them.
Me too. I should have used another
Oh,
item.
they're aimbotting, so they are definitely using an aimbot.
Hmm.
They are either playing on a console and using aim assist, like the little cheaters they are, or they're using a program. There's no way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, one of the things I'm certain about is that a lot of the people that are playing are probably just using whatever sort of handicap settings and turned up to the max. And because I don't know if you've ever tried to like deal with the actual code to get a hack going. It's actually a little complex. The average person, I would dare say, would probably struggle to get those things installed. But using the console, man, that is like I found out myself. I didn't even realize I had it enabled until someone called me out. I was like, "Oh no!" It was
Yeah,
really
no,
funny.
they don't have to rewire the code. Fallout Dave spent within 5 minutes going online, found pre-made programs you can download for your computer right there on the net. Oh, yep. Does it for you.
So if Fallout Dave is playing, then we know that he is probably going to be getting headshots left and right.
No, he didn't download because those things, if they discover you, they will ban you. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. You just make a new account. Start over. But he because we've been complaining about it, and he's like, yep. See, I told you. You know, it's been 5 minutes. And you can find a dozen programs for helping you aim, increasing the damage of your weapon, and minimizing the damage to you.
Yeah, it's a big problem. Be right back before the crowd burns.
There has been, I don't know. Okay, sure. Yep.
All right, I'm back.
Alrighty. I waited till the end of the line.
All right, much appreciated.
But no, so I've been playing games, and there have been multiple times where I've had the gloves and a legendary gold rifle, and punched a player 3 times, uppercut them, shot them 4 with the rifle, and then they've killed me, and I've come to look at, I'm spectating them, and I have not even finished cracking their shields.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. Okay, I got the key.
Okay,
Of
wonderful.
course, now there's a whole bunch of people, and
Run, raccoon.
oh man, they're all over the place, and I don't have a gun.
I'm
They're
backing
all
up.
over. See if we can get in this building. We gotta find at least a gun. Come on. Well, that's not the gun I want, but let's head downstairs.
Okay. Just a second. There we go. Making it a little bit harder for them before they come chasing in after us.
Okay. Let me see. Here it is. Okay. Let's head downstairs. Where is the... Nope, that's not the where I go. Here it is.
Oh yeah, that journey into the pit.
Yep.
All right. Just like in Al's pen apartment or whatever that thing was. Cannonball.
Yeah. Yep. So you hear the klaxon?
Ah, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, this big thing.
Now, behold. Behold.
Oh, look at that.
What's in here? Here's your harpoon gun again.
Oh, perfect. Nice. Man, there's quite a few items in the area.
Yeah. Oh.
Especially, there's been a couple of vaults in the last couple of seasons that have been a little underwhelming, and so it's good to see them kind of, getting the big ones back. What is that? A head? Head is a head.
Oh. The last few times I've been into the vault here, it's been a little bit disappointing. The first two times I came here, there were like there was like 3 sets of the Ice King, the Power Gloves, then there was a set of the Ice King gloves and the Foundation gloves. I was like, oh man, this is awesome.
I still have not seen the Foundation gloves.
Oh, the other team's gloves. You get the 7th Powers glove. You get the Foundation gloves are just like the 7 Powers, but they're 40 instead of 20 charge.
Ah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, it's real nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue chests down here.
Yeah.
Oh, golly, I now have to make the hard decision. I'm going to go with that over this.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem with the vault sometimes. You're like, oh man, I don't want to leave that. I don't want to leave this. I don't want to leave that.
Exactly.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I got to wait for the thing to come back down.
All right, well, here's the storm.
Oh. Yes, it is. Oh, I went into the bathroom instead of outside.
Well, some of us, when we start to panic, we go there, so I won't judge.
Oh, you know what? Let me grab some. Let me grab. Come on. Oh, there it is. All right. Let me grab some of these for the road, since I'm gonna need it now. Oh, we still got a rival.
Yeah, who's somewhere over in this vicinity. Find some health here. Hey, perfect. Found health.
Cool.
All
Are they
right.
just shooting at each other, or are they shooting at you?
It sounds like they're shooting at each other. Either that or the
Alrighty.
llama. Oh,
there's a
there's one of
llama
them
there?
rolling on the ground.
Oh, the rival has got intercepted. Oh God! Oh bullshit!
Well, don't worry, I'm here to avenge you, you poor little raccoon. There's a shield right there for you.
Well, gotta get out of this storm first, or I'm gonna die.
Indeed. Here, I got this for you.
Ah, no, that's.
Oh no. still moving.
Yep.
All right, we're going to keep one step ahead of that rain. Comes to this little facility over here. Placement rope. Any health around here?
Oh, tried to flash it.
There we go. Thank you.
Yep. Oh. Our contract ran out.
That's fine. We're still alive.
So
For how
is there a
long?
board
It's
around here?
debatable.
Yeah. Oh, I lost the gloves. Ah! When I picked this up, I threw the. Ah, you.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's something that vault didn't really have much of, was gloves.
Nope.
So they just give you this harpoon, which is a very situational weapon.
Yeah. And now I'm annoyed. That's annoying. That is annoying.
A rivalry has started. Raccoon versus weird, random, angry roommates. Uh-huh.
Whoop.
What are those down there? Okay, whites. Oh, gloves. See that? Over here?
Yep, I see them. Well, you pick them up. You found them.
I got some other items I want to hold on to.
Well, if you don't have room for it, I'll pick it up. But you should.
Yeah, I don't
carry
have
it
any
you-
room
you
for
found
them right now. I'm experimenting with a harpoon
All right.
because I got an idea.
Oh, there's a blue chest here too. Did you not see the blue chest?
No, I didn't go down here yet because I didn't know who was down here. I wanted you to be the live bait.
Purple combat.
How very disappointing.
And it's
Well,
thing.
might as well swap this out then. I need to carry that. Ooh, got a legendary
you like
one.
You guys like that bazooka, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
don't,
it's pretty overpowered.
Yeah, I don't use it well enough.
Someone's in that storm. They're going to be coming this way.
Yeah. Oh, stuck. Keep getting stuck on things. Something is wrong with the game here. Oh, more gloves.
Oh, no. Well, that was close. Well, it didn't come out of the
This is
storm.
Yep. This is an NPC, so be careful. They're coming out of the storm now.
Okay, I'm going to swap out this item.
It's the rival.
The angry roommate has been knocked out.
All right.
Just too many good items around here.
Yeah.
More fighting coming from the storm.
Yep. There's usually a lot of barrels around here. Be careful, don't shoot that guy.
Yep. I'm just going to stick somebody with a harpoon, pull them out of the storm, you know, to help them.
Yeah. Yeah. Get over here. they're coming out. I think they're
Yeah.
I think they're either staying there or they expired.
Pretty much looks like that. I just found it strange that there was the sound of that happening at all. I thought
Yeah, they gotta
certainly
be
all
over
would
that
have
way.
taken out by now.
I think they're over in the forest.
Yeah. There he is. Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Oh, damn, you're way over there.
There we go. Come over here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just punched him away on you.
Oh, golly, somebody else is shooting. Somebody else is shooting.
Wow.
There we go.
And bad, too. You see, they got you good.
Time to drink. Yep, getting shot will lead you to drink. Big barrels of water. Boy, I'm not good with this hook.
The harpoon.
What's the
You
range
got
of
the
this
hook
thing?
really good. I don't know where they were shooting from.
The hitbox on this thing is so very small. The boss image on the minimap, that's probably why the sound of the gunfire. Ah, yeah. The harpoon is meant for fishing, not fighting. Why does it do 100 damage then?
They might be over here by the board, or at least close to it.
Yeah. I hear them. They're walking in the vicinity. They're inside there. Oh, it hit you instead.
I don't see them. Oh,
Yeah, no, they fled. There they are.
oh, there they are. There they are.
Come on.
Oh, you knocked the floor out on me. Oh, yeah.
I'm so very bad with lining this thing up. Better reload this. Come back here, buddy. I just want to stick you. Got a giant harpoon with your name on it. Shoot. Take that, Ben
Thank
10. Finally, after
Just-
20
yeah.
shots.
Thank you,
Okay.
because he was. I ran out of ammo, and he was jumping like a lunatic.
Here, take this.
Oh, I've got a lot of heals. I've
Okay.
got pizza even.
I'm going to drink the rest of this then.
Oh, you should eat the pizza. Hold on to that.
No, I only had 40 left.
Oh.
Oh, golly, that storm's starting to get to 2.
It's not only getting to 2, it's moving so fast we can't even run for it.
Yep. Okay, that's
messed
it.
up.
Use this. Gotta get out. I did not want to use that. Draws too much attention, and there's the enemy right below. On llamas, of all things. Both of them on golden llamas.
Oh, great. That screams of funny business. How did you both get golden llamas?
Oh, good, he got off the llama.
Oh, somehow I got off
Oh,
the
no,
llama. I
no,
don't
no,
know
no.
how. Oh,
Well,
shit.
he got me. I'm swimming against the current, and it ain't working. Okay, now it's at 5
I don't know
damage. You're on your own, kid.
Well, don't know where, I don't know where they are. And I don't see a van either. So I'm really on my own.
Yep, you are indeed. The lone raccoon riding around on his golden llama.
Yeah.
This is a story about a fella that grew up in the mountains of Argentina. He was down there roping and playing with the llamas down there. They didn't have cattle, they just had a bunch of llamas. And he was a raccoon. None of the cowboys really seemed to question that. They were like, well, that fur-bearing critter is at least able to round up all them llamas. We'll just let him be. Then one day he got on one of the llamas and turned into a golden llama. They thought this must be how they found El Dorado.
Oh,
and then he rode off into the
good.
sunset and never saw him again.
Oh, damn.
Until he came back to try and shoot all the people of the town. He was a violent raccoon, causing all sorts of problems till he lost his poor little llama. Then he got angry and he pulled out his fist of fury.
Oh, I missed him.
Nicely done. Oh, run.
Yeah.
Heal.
Oh, I don't have any. I used all the gloves.
Yes, eat that pizza, you trash panda.
Don't know where I am.
Brace yourself. Nice.
Whoop.
One player.
Get up. Get up. I don't know where he is. I see his footprints. I keep seeing his footprints. But, oh, he's flying. He's flying.
Oh, yeah.
There he is. Oh, he's on
coming
the,
down
he's
to
on
you.
the roller coaster. Well, he's on. Oh, there he. Oh, damn it! Ah.
Oof. A prickly cactus. Oh, look, they're doing the cactus dance. That's what happens when you get stuck by a cactus and you're starting to dance with pain.
Yeah, now they're doing the I'm an asshole dance. I'm an a-hole. I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to. I'm not supposed to use profanity. I'm sorry.
That's why I said that's what happens when you sit on that cactus.
Yeah.
Man, cactuses hurt so much. But my family got to go down to Arizona at one point, and we got to see the prickly pear cactus. No, what was that? No, not that. It was teddy bear cactus. Sorry, my bad. I don't know my cactuses very well. The teddy bear cactus, and man, that thing was a wicked sort of cactus.
Yep. Whoop. Alright. Whoop.
We go where the wind takes us, or that or the bus driver.
Yeah. I don't know who the bus driver is, Curly? Curly Fry for Mommy? Whatever the hell that is.
All right, well, we're going over here.
Whoop.
Thank you, Curly. Guy obviously works for Arby's. Don't know your cacti, eh? That's right. We don't have cactuses up here in Alaska. We just have their Devil's Club.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Somebody's joined us over here.
Yeah. Even when you ride to the end of the line, people show up.
Yep, although I tend to find that ones that stay till the end of the line are not usually the best players. My experience. Disregard. This
Oh.
one's a good one.
Just 2 of them here.
I knew the moment I said that was probably going to happen. Is that why you keep using the wrong plural? Hey, I use the same logic that Larry the Cucumber used. He doesn't know what they are either. What are they? Cactuses? Cacti? Khaki?
Cacti.
Not part of my state, and so thus doesn't matter. That's one thing I'm glad that we don't have up here in Alaska is cactuses. We used to have a bush. Well, it's kind of like a tree. It was somewhere between a bush and a tree on the East Coast. And it had wicked 2-inch long thorns all around it. They were wicked. Very, very painful. I got stuck by it a couple of times, and I actually knew somebody where it got like embedded deep into their hand. They actually had to have a doctor get them out because they went so deep. And then I was like, I don't think I ever want to have to deal with these sharp, thorny plants ever again.
Yeah, we had a couple of bushes down by the one area we used to gather to play, where we used to play Army all the time.
Just mentions, oh wait, just double check. The Latin is cacti, but standard English is cactuses. In other words, we keep making our own rules.
Yeah, well, in other words, Americans love to sound unintelligent.
Yeah, I love how simple we think our language is, and then we find out that it's the most complex language in the world.
Well,
Most words, most grammar.
Well, it's slowly becoming less and less complicated because, like I said, you have, and this is going to go down a philosophical rabbit hole, but it used to be a time that you couldn't be on television if you didn't use proper diction. Now, they let every moron that sounds like he didn't graduate the 6th grade on television. And I don't just mean on reality shows. I'm talking like news, sports anchors. I mean, yeah, it is disgraceful. It is absolutely disgraceful. And I don't like to call my fellow Americans disgraceful, but they are disgraceful anymore.
The English language has had highs and lows for every nation, and the British actually had a lot of speaking problems, and they had so many that it actually prompted the nation to really require proper English to become standardized.
All right, I've shot this guy. I've shot this guy with 20 bullets, with 2 full clips already, and he's not down. I don't know what's going on here. Something is funny. Something is wrong.
Coming for you.
I shot him with 40 rounds, and he didn't go down. It's that guy. It's this purple guy.
That's the boss.
Oh, it's a boss. Okay, I'm going. Why is he not going down? What the hell is this? Something is wrong.
Okay, gotta get away from him. There we go.
So.
There we go. He's a coming.
Yeah, you better run.
Nope. We're not running. There we go. Now we run. Hey, boss, take this. Get housed. Oh, well, I messed that one up.
Oh, he's in the house. I have no bullets. That's the problem.
All right, we'll come up here, eat some pizza, and then we'll engage him.
can't engage him because I got no bullets. Hang on, I gotta find
Don't worry.
something.
Don't worry. He was fairly weak after all the people that fought him.
Okay. Lord. Yeah, I'm sitting there. I'm going. Something is wrong. He's not. I mean, I can't shoot him. I can't shoot somebody with 40 rounds and then not go down.
Just as laughing as well. I've done that myself, where I start fighting a player. I'm like, what is going on? Then find out that it's a bot that I just didn't realize. Because so many bots now look like skins.
Well, you know, it was the worst part was that before I started fighting that boss, there was another player off in the distance, and I'm shooting them. You're shooting them. We're both shooting them, and they're not going down either. That's why when I started shooting this boss, I'm like, something is wrong. None of my bullets are doing anything to anybody.
Yep. If you think we're simple, you didn't pay attention to class since for every role there's exceptions, says Jess, and then she says glare.
Well, yeah,
but I will say that England did have a moment where it was just before the American, was it before or after the American Revolution, of where they were so disgusted with their own culture's language skills that they started codifying everything, and they started teaching what we now know of as proper English. It didn't exist until that point. And so I kind of have a sneaking suspicion that we're going to have something similar, but we're going to probably lean into, well, I would prefer if we lean into a transatlantic sort of language set. But we'll have to see if that actually happens.
Yeah, I don't know. I see the American culture, especially with the demographic shift we're having, degenerating into just guttural. I mean, you think the Cockney gutter slang from that time that you said, you know, the English were getting disgusted was bad. It's going to be nothing compared to where we're going to slide to.
Yeah. Although I do hold to a belief. I know I raised this to some folks, and they really disagreed strongly. So I'm not saying this is what is going to happen, but I am saying that this, based upon history, I have a very strong gut feeling about this. I think our nation is going to split. I think we're going to have probably 3 nations that form. It might not happen within our lifetime, but I think the foundations of the split have been laid. And so you're probably going to have language starting to drive where that divide's going to happen. And so we'll have to see. But I can definitely feel that change happening, and it's looking more and more like that's what's going to transpire. At least, again, based upon the history that I remember kind of studying. Oh, look at this. He gave me a golden vector. You know, because a point from point A to B is a vector. And that makes this weapon math. Yes, dog.
Shooting.
Coming up the hill. Where are they? Oh.
Wow, I'm bad too. He's bad, but I'm bad too. Oh, we
Reach
got him.
for the sky.
There's another one. There's another one, and they're bad too. Oh, you got him too. That was the buddy.
There we go. Keep those maniacs away. Why didn't he go down immediately? Watching you guys is reminding me how often I'm the voice of reason in the group playing this, which is a crazy thought, says Jess. Do you ever hear the joke about how English came about, since it's a mix of so many languages? Heard the joke? I don't think I have heard this joke. We like a good joke around here. That we beat up other languages. in in order to get ours. Yep. No, I've not heard that one.
We got a car
Although I
here
think
somewhere.
that we probably were the ones that got the snot beat out of us with the Normans. Well, to the culture, the Vikings beating the snot out of the English, and then the Normans beating the snot out of the English. The Romans beating the snot out of the English. It's kind of funny that English, if you think about the British Isles, it doesn't have that great of a mighty history until way later in history. For the most of history, it's just a place that got beat up on.
Yeah. Oh, they must be up there.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with the language in the future, because I do think that language is going to become a hot button for people, where you're going to start, for better or for worse. I tend to think it's for the better, because God made us with language, and Tower of Babel split the nations on a purpose. But I think it's going to cause the cultures to start to isolate. There are some people that are actually hearkening back to their old languages that they abandoned, and some of those being languages that I'd never even really heard about before. And it was because they come from a different culture and they finally want to get back to their roots, that sort of thing. But the question is, where will the lines be drawn on the continent? That part is really hard to tell.
Oh.
This guy thinks that he can fight a car. Surprise, buddy.
Oh, he's on the roof.
That's right. Wow, he did not have very good gear.
No.
Well, we do not have a very good vehicle right now. It is pretty banged up.
Well, at least it's not all its tires still.
Yes, indeed. Man, tires used to pop left and right. Now it's they're a lot more stable.
Yeah, well, there's a program for that too, where the aimbot specifically target the tires on vehicles.
Well, we're out of gas.
Yes, we are. And I got out and I fell down the cliff.
Isn't it interesting how dangerous cliffs are in real life, but in games, we barely think of it.
Yep. Not as brutal here. Where is everybody? Oh, there.
I can't shoot that gem off in the distance. I was kind of wondering how far the bullet would travel.
Oh, the jewel thing? Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think I can do it either. Nope. Oh.
Yeah, it's a shame. I wanted it to glare at us.
That M&M must have been our rival, because our rival's gone.
Yeah, I
Come
think
over
he
to the
was.
board. Come over to the board.
But I'm so bored with the board.
Let's see. There you go. And there you go.
Go
Right.
hunt a fish.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in here somewhere, I think.
Yeah. There was so in terms of kind of splitting and having different language groups, there was a guy, I won't necessarily mention what background he had, but there was a fella that had a very, he was just a typical American. And then one day, he got to meet with a relative, and he went from being one of the good friends of our community. Oh, there they are. I'll save that story for just a moment. It's pretty banged up. Storm will probably push them our way.
Oh, I'm hitting the building.
Well, so far we're getting the better of them here.
See, come on. There are two of us here. They're shooting just at me. Come on, man.
Pull back for a little bit. They have to push us. Remember?
I got destroyed. I lost all my shield and all my health in one shot. One. I don't know what they're shooting.
Well, they're using up all their shield over there. Oh, they got somebody else that came in to pay them a visit. Now they're in real trouble. Someone's flying in near us. Come back here, buddy.
I can't even see.
You pizza-eating skeleton.
I lost everything again. I don't know if it was this tree right here, but it kept zooming in and I couldn't see anything.
Yeah. It's moving all over the place.
And I'm getting,
hey, it's a fish.
Aimbotted again.
Okay, got the fish. Give me your stuffed fish. No more fishy business. Alright, coming back up to you.
Oh, shot at again. I don't even know where all these shots are coming from. There you are.
Holding up in our castle. Alright, there's one guy that went behind us, so just be forewarned.
Well, if we go back to the board, we can highlight him.
Yep.
If he's not on our team, anyway. Oh man, almost missed the damn thing. Jesus.
Someone just used a rift.
Where's the board? Board is right there, okay.
Oh wow, this is getting small.
Yes, it is.
Actually, I'm going to come back to you. Somewhere over here.
There he is.
Yep, careful. Hey, it's the guy from earlier. I think his ally might be down.
Oh, there you are. You're up top. Okay.
Oh. Okay, let's see.
I'm down below.
Alright, I'm going to come down to you.
Alright.
somehow.
Thanks, I cannot get up there.
There we go. That worked out.
There you are.
That's why we have water. To heal up the buzz.
Yep.
Hark.
Whoop.
There he is. Out here. That's not him. That's someone else. Careful. Pull back. The other guy's on the roof.
Oh, they're okay, yeah.
Got a lot of damage on him with the bazooka.
Oh,
He
I just came up to the tower and he flew away.
Okay, well, let's go on up all the same. Storm's going to be here in just a moment.
Yeah, the storm's gonna get us.
All right, let's head on down here. Wait a minute, sir. Oh, they're all still here. Lot of people.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I don't know how there's so many people. Really? I didn't even get hit. I lost all my shields.
What the heck?
Yeah, there's funny business with this guy.
He's coming in close. Oof.
And crap. Yep. Yeah.
Blast.
Yeah. No. No.
Oh, it's like a skeleton. And he can fly. Isn't that special? Dang, that, I do not like fighting in that castle. That castle is a death trap. I should have held on to my sniper rifle. Oh, that's cute. Got the Sakura / heart. Very nice. Over here to sidekicks. Take a look at this here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Lovely. Sorry for that. Dog with a sword. Yeah, it's so very logical. Yeah, I'm thinking through that last round. I should have kept the sniper rifle because we ended up doing so much sniping. Never would have thought that, though. I thought that we would all be super close and we were all at a distance.
Well, doesn't, I lost my thought. I don't know what I was gonna say.
So, to finish up the story from earlier, so this friend of mine, who was honestly a nice guy, had a lot of great conversations with him, solid fella. He had a brother as well, and one day his relative came to visit him at college, and very quickly something started to change. About a week later, he started to he stopped interacting with people, and then I noticed he was only interacting with people of his background. And after about a month, he transferred schools and cut off all ties to everybody. And I remember seeing that and finding it fascinating how somebody who was basically one of the crew, one of the gang in that sense, just by talking with a relative, could have that much animosity suddenly build up. And yes, it was animosity to people that were not like him. And it was my first realization that we were a divided culture. And I won't necessarily call it racism necessarily, although one could argue that. It was a division in values, and he no longer wanted to share the values that he had been a part of for so long. Dang, that hurt. Oh, it's a lizard. Shot by a lizard. Ugh. But, so what ended up happening was over the span of just a few days, he went from being a friend to all these folks to not wanting to connect with them at all. That sort of division happens naturally. There's not much you can do about it if somebody wants to separate like that. But now what happens when an entire culture starts to do that? Well, nations have done that. And that's why I tend to think, based upon the trajectory of our culture, unless we start to unify again, we might start to experience some of that. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but if we don't start to course correct as a culture, we will start probably seeing that relatively soon. Ah, the trash panda found all the treasure. See, Wes made the good decision to go here instead of to the death trap I went to. You might be muted there, Wes.
Oh yeah, that was me. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I was muted. I was muted while you were telling your story.
Oh.
But no, I was falling short of that location, and as I'm gliding, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna pass by the building where the key usually is. Let me stop and take a look. If it's there, then I can always grab the stuff, you know, or I can choose to run over to where you're at. And the key was there, and then you went down. I'm like, well, I'll go inside the building then.
Hey, it works out.
Yep. Like I said, now I have plenty of gold. I can reboot you when I jump up out of here. Let me go. All right, let me mark before I go up. Let me find where the van is, and the van is right here. Get to the van without getting destroyed.
Oh no, that's not me. That's a different Buzz.
That's my rival. Yep.
Which is the real Buzz? Oh no.
Oh, they're here. Yep.
Flee. Use the bot as cover.
I couldn't switch to my rifle.
Yeah, and you were also blocked by that bot. That bot was a
The
nuisance.
mouse wheel. The mouse wheel was. Oh, I thought I killed him.
Well, now he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
Oof. Well, that was a fast round. Not as fast as the one
They're all
from
fast.
earlier.
They're almost all been fast. Look, I told you. Tonight it's nothing but I think about 40% sweaties, and then about 55% cheaters, and 5% of guys like us.
That's sad. It says pet sidekick, and you don't actually lean down to pet the sidekick. You know, one of the other things I noticed with when that friend left.
Oh, I was muted again. I'm sorry.
Nope.
Jesus God.
You were going to say something?
Well, no, I was just gonna say. I was only gonna say, yeah. But you can't pet them, but you can emote the sidekick.
Ah. Yeah, it's so weird though to see their head kind of like quiver, like they're being pet by a ghost or something like that.
Yep.
There we go. Pet the little doggy on the head. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
When I was growing up, I had several pets that my family had several pets that we got to the point where it kind of felt like we had a zoo at times. Not really, but we had 3 pets on average. And for the most time, it was a dog, a cat, and a guinea pig. And that was one of the most well-traveled guinea pig of all time. The guinea pig went all over the U.S., went to Europe, traveled to Alaska, lived in the deep south, and went cross-country on many camping trips. That thing was about as spoiled of a guinea pig as you could have gotten.
I think we might have had. I know we had hamsters at one time. I don't think we ever had. I don't know if we had guinea pig. Maybe my brother might have had guinea pig ones. But we usually had dogs.
Yeah, guinea pigs live to be fairly old as rodents go. We knew somebody who had a pet rat, and at first it was like, oh, ew, it's a rat, but then you realize it was actually a very cute rat that had a very good disposition about it, and so I ended up having to take care of it for a couple of days. There's an avatar Aang that fell nearby, so be forewarned.
Okay.
There he is.
There you go. Nice.
He's acting a little bot-like. We'll see. Typically, when I see that behavior, that's a bot.
Yeah. Are they throwing dynamite, or is that you?
That's me.
Okay.
Avatar Aang, you have failed.
Oh, up there. Darn it.
Well, when I get ready to travel to the East Coast, it will be. I know the locations fairly well over there. Not a fan of it, but I know the locations enough. But man, every time I've gone down there, it's for the most part, it's been a worse experience. Last year was the first time I actually went, and it was a better experience over the span of like 20 years. And so I'm kind of wondering what it's going to be like this time. One of the biggest problems I couldn't stand was the crime that was taking place. It's like areas that used to be safe and suddenly were rendered little hellholes in that sense. I knew somebody who lived in the ghettos of I think it was Baltimore. And for those that are curious about the lore, yes, this story did come from somebody who worked at Little Caesars. So somebody that worked there used to live in the ghetto, and it was an absolute nightmare for them. They came away from it scarred. They saw a horrible atrocity that I cannot repeat on YouTube. And all they dreamt about was going back. And I asked the person why. Because this person had seen that horrible atrocity firsthand and had suffered from it. And like, oh, but it's home to me. And I'm like, if that sort of horror happened to me, that doesn't mean that's no longer a home. And I could never quite understand that sort of logic. But there's areas of DC that are pretty bad as well, not just Baltimore. And I was glad not to be in that area for too much.
Oh yeah, no, our nation's capital is most of it is garbage.
Which is a real shame because there was a time where it actually was quite nice. And to see that all fall apart is a real tragedy, especially when you grew up getting to go to the Smithsonian's or whatnot, getting to travel around the monuments and feeling relatively safe. And now it's like, nope, not anymore. Good chance of getting stabbed.
Yeah. Yep.
What sort of cities have you been to, West?
Well, obviously New York City because, it's right here. As a matter of fact, I used to live only, half an hour, 45 minutes outside of it, so... Oh, he ran inside where the, Whoop. Oh, that was you.
Ooh.
Yeah, he ran in here where the slurp truck is. Watch out. Oh, come.
I cannot hit him. I'm messing up horribly. Oh, man. I did not aim that well. I kept aiming just to the side of him.
Yeah, you sure? Because,
yep. Because I kept thinking I was lining up the shot, and I would be moving my wrist, and I realized I'm not moving this fast enough. I know this feeling. Yeah, no, that one in particular was completely me messing that one up. I had but anyway, so you mentioned New York. I personally have never been there.
I've been there a lot of times all my life. As a matter of fact, one of the times was in high school. We went to the UN for our comparative government class. It was an interesting class. We compared and contrasted the political economic systems of capitalism, communism, and fascism.
Ah. a subject I remember was taught quite thoroughly when I was growing up, but ironically enough, it seems a lot of people were not listening to some of those discussions.
No, see, it's why I always laugh when people throw around the terms, capitalism, socialism, and fascism, and I'm like, you keep using those words. I don't think you know what they mean what you think they mean.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, indeed.
And they fail to realize that fascism is not a far right extreme ideology. It's a far left extreme ideology. As a matter of fact, it's a cousin. It's the bastard cousin of socialism. It's just got heavy elements of capitalism mixed in. It's almost like what communist China has become now. If you really nail it down, the only reason that people always say, well, socialism fails all the time, but then they go, well, look at China, it's been going for so long now. It's only going for so long because they've infused so many elements of capitalism in it recently that propping it up. However, it's more akin to fascism because you're allowed to have private industry. It's just you have to do still what the government tells you. You get to own the things, but you only get to own it and keep it so long as you do exactly what you're told to do, which is really not owning the business now, is it?
Exactly, and you are actually very right. And they even have in Chinese, as the Chinese government sees it, they actually have, including not just government control of the economy, they also have an Uber race, and most Chinese do not fall under that Uber race, and so a lot of them know that they're on the side that's going to be they're going to want to get rid of one day. So everyone's a bit nervous about that.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you were here because I could take care of Uru, but Miku, I only have 5 shells left. I didn't think I was going to be able to get her. That's why I was hiding in the room until he was turned the other way. I didn't expect their buddy to show up.
Yep. But another thing that they have is so the I like to think of many things in this world not on a scale of right to left, but more like in a triangle. I've done this illustration before with during an art stream where I actually drew out this triangle, and I ended up telling this to a guy who was how should we say in the negative area of the triangle reference, and he basically embraced that dark side of him and ended up making some major huge mistakes. And I was like, well, you just proved my point. But anyway, I view things on terms of a triangle. A lot of people in this world want to think of us as being either left or right, but there's also up and down. So I like to think of it as that the wider part of the triangle is at the base, and that is where evil tends to gather. You have things that will be on right and to the left, and what we really should be focusing on is whether or not you have values, you have morals, you have the foundations for what makes for wisdom and goodness to grow. And if we all keep things just on the idea of left and right, well, then it's kind of both sides of the same coin in many ways. No, it's not saying that they are exactly the same, but they have the foundational morality that is very similar. And under both those, under many types of cultures or governments, or people end up abusing that power one way or another. And the people that we think of as great leaders are those that take that power and say, you know what? Because it is the moral decision, I'm going to reject what basically power prompts me to want to do, and will decide instead to care for somebody, to stand up for the oppressed, to help out the needy, and also to build up the skills and the hopes of the next generation by giving them the foundational stones to succeed on merits and on their own skills. All those sorts of things. From what I know, says Jersey, fascism is far right because of the extreme nationalism and authoritarian part. Social economy part only makes it more towards the middle. Socialism is far left focused, more on internationalism. So I would say there's some elements there that I can concur with. I would probably say there is. I think history has kind of shown us that that's kind of the theoretical foundation for it, but then it very quickly starts to go off in other directions. Ooh, pizza. Anyway, how you doing, Jersey? Gotta hunt a wild cactus named Bob, and for whatever reason, this cactus looks like an alien.
I gotta find me a somewhat decent rifle. I've only got the shotgun and the gloves. I should have. I don't know what possessed me when I got the gloves to drop the rifle I had and keep the shotgun.
Indeed. He's doing very good. I love politics and philosophy talk. Indeed.
Oh, hang on. You know what? Maybe how much are the... Oh, these rifles are... what the heck? Alright.
I heard that recently that the new movie Animal Farm is actually being...
bad.
Yeah, it is actually
bad.
Way bad than compared to what the book was. Man, just goes to show that yet again, the book is where it's at, and that the film is just a bastardization of it.
Well, it's not even so much that it's bad and poorly written and poorly made. It's bad because the person who made it is a socialist and didn't like the message that Orwell was trying to portray, and so he decided that the bad philosophy it was going to lampoon and critique was going to be capitalism instead of socialism.
Yeah, and there's some things that over my lifetime I can see a lot of the complaints people have about capitalism. I truly can understand some of the frustrations people have. But that's where it gets into that cronyism sort of stuff. There's good and there's bad sides, and our companies have just become the tyrants instead of the government being the tyrants, which is in that sense equally bad. And so if people were to approach it from that's the desire for power, then I could see a new story being made to kind of help people understand that. But I'm guessing it's probably not going to be the focus.
See here, I understand there is capitalism isn't perfect, but it's the best system out there. It is the one that has lifted the most people out of poverty than any other system. Every other system either keeps them in poverty or drags those not yet in poverty down into poverty.
Oh golly, that guy hit me hard. I had the wrong weapon for that.
Oh god, that's the
wrong weapon.
He's got a bot. So this is bad. I don't even know if I got him. Nope, he's hiding in here.
Nicely done.
Oh! I didn't mean to pick him up. I didn't pick him up. I didn't even push that button. I didn't pick him up. That's
Oh,
complete crap.
look, it's angry SpongeBob.
Oh, that was garbage.
The,
that was garbage.
One of the things that I remember hearing, though, so I remember growing up and thinking that too, that capitalism has been the reason why things has helped more people and brought more people out of poverty. And one of the things I would add to that is that I don't think it was actually just the system. I think the system was the engine that, well, no, correction. It was the it had to be paired with a moral society. Because if you take away all morality, well, that's where the cronyism starts to creep in. And so once you get rid of morality, the good opportunities of giving people a chance to rise up and to make a life for themselves starts to be exploited. No longer are you thinking about cheering your neighbor on who is, making his own business. Instead, you're thinking, how can I exploit my neighbor?
Well, this argument is what the founding fathers had argued. You can only have a free society like the founding fathers imagined, run by the people, for the people, and of the people, if it's a moral society. If you don't have a moral society, it's an immoral society, then it's just going to degrade. It's going to devolve into, the scum rising to the top.
Yep. It's one of the reasons why, as I've been getting older, the number one focus for me has really leaned towards trying to help reestablish that moral foundation. Because without that moral foundation, it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what sort of culture you have or economy, whatnot. It's doomed to fail. But if you have a moral society, that moral society will start to course correct and will get better as time goes on. Or, correction, can get better as time goes on. But I get worried when I see people just trying to say, oh, well, we will offer a product to solve this problem. And rather than saying, hey, you know what, folks? We can't solve this with a product. We can't solve this with a policy. We can only solve this by becoming a moral society again. Now, how that gets, how that gets turned into practice is always up for debate, and that will be something that will be a hot button no matter what city or state you try and implement that.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's I think it's gonna have to have a complete collapse. Everything's gonna have to be a complete collapse in order to reset, because we have become a society. If you look at especially the generations that came behind Gen X, my generation, it is so immoral and degenerate, and it would make the Weimar Republic blush. And if you know anything about Berlin during the Weimar Republic, it's disgusting. So it's the reason, and the whole thing is my argument is I don't want to see this, because the problem is when you get that, what they don't understand, the people pushing this kind of immoral, degenerate society, when you push this, that's how the pendulum always overcorrects, and that's how you get actual Nazis. Not the Nazis that they keep saying they see everywhere. You get actual Nazis.
Yeah, it's always a concern whenever you push a society too far, and yeah. And I can definitely concur. There's a lot of people in my generation that have embraced the wickedness, and a lot of them, were sold a false. It truly were sold a false bill of goods. The number of people I know who could have very easily course corrected and didn't is staggering. And most of them, it goes, in my personal experience, it went back to their parents. Man, there's a lot of them that were cast aside by parents early on. I thankfully was not. My parents were very engaging. They did a good job, and I put a lot of. I very much think that they helped prevent me and my siblings from going off the deep end. But man, I can't say that for the others that I grew up around. So many of them just went off that deep end.
Oh, yeah.
Jersey says it's debatable, but capitalism definitely focuses on the speed of progress, while socialism is slow. I can see that, although that's why I view it more of as kind of along the moral argument primarily, because economic engines are always up for debate, just like how you can have so capitalism favors certain types of nations and cultures primarily, that are in the West. They tried implementing it in other cultures, and it didn't go so well. Like, for example, if you tried to take a capitalist society and establish it in in Central Asia, good luck. It will not work. And the people I know who were part of nation building learned that firsthand. So you can't, one nation and culture, everyone's going to have a different approach to it. I definitely know that. And I used to not believe that until I started hearing from the people that were part of nation building. And it was like, oh yeah, this can be a problem. Kind of like how India has kind of capitalism that's gone wrong. They had capitalism, then they went to socialism. Now they're in like this weird limbo phase. It's a weird culture. So when I was at college and I was around a bunch of millennials, which I'm not around many millennials now, we became an isolated generation. The number of millennials that actually stayed connected with folks that were either older or younger or even just their own age, it didn't really happen. The number of folks I know who are just kind of aimless right now is truly staggering. Thankfully, I think the next generation is course correcting from everything I'm seeing. Now, I'm not sold that they're completely course correcting, but they are definitely putting more efforts than some of my friends were.
Deceased. It is important for all of us, including the Seven, to remember what we're fighting for. The island. Reality itself.
Golden fishing hole.
Most importantly.
Is it? Oh, somebody shooting from...
Red sister.
Wait,
Oh.
over there, okay. Ran out of bullets on my rifle and I didn't realize it right away.
But,
I didn't switch to the shotguns.
What bolts do you need?
Oh no! I needed to reload. That's all. It was gonna
okay.
have to reload. Yeah, no, I've got plenty of bullets. I just didn't. The clip ran out. Well, the magazine ran out, I should say.
Well, I'm going to go back here and fish for some golden fish.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
What did it pull out? I didn't pull nothing out.
It's stuck out there.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw it get pulled out and then it got pulled back in.
Huh.
Peculiar.
That was weird. Yes, very weird.
Shield full. Okay.
I'm also noticing that the fishing holes are taking a long time to bite.
Yeah, those are some pesky fish.
It didn't used to be that way. They would bite almost immediately when you threw it in.
Well, they're maybe the season's changed and they just aren't biting because they're getting ready to spawn or something.
Well, they definitely did change it up some. It's gone from a quick grab to a potential death trap, sitting duck target kind of thing.
Yeah. When you were, well, did you ever get a chance to see a non-Western culture before West?
Not in person. I have studied plenty.
Hmm.
I am a huge fan of specifically the Japanese culture.
Yeah, Japanese culture is fascinating. It's one of the weirdest things about it is there's still a big part of their culture that would very much prefer to go back to relying on their emperor. Granted, it's not necessarily the majority, but when we were thinking about kind of fascist versus socialist, we tend in the West to kind of think in just those terms. And what we kind of forget about is the Republic, which I prefer the Republic over other forms of government. But I also can't disagree with that some cultures actually do best with an emperor. And when it comes to a place like Japan, I completely believe... Ooh, gloves if you need them. I completely believe that their culture could actually thrive in that state. Now, I don't think the average Western country could. We're far too individualistic. We don't like groupthink. But the Japanese, despite being a very honorable and good culture, they have groupthink. And I can't condemn them for that. They've done a lot of good as a culture. But I also realize that what we have over here in the West doesn't necessarily work for them as well as it does for European-based countries. Because usually when we get an emperor, then we go on conquest and, take over the whole known world.
Well, you're trying to say that the Japanese didn't try to take over all of East Asia during their imperial phase?
Hey, trying is different than a Caesar suddenly finding success and decimating the entire known world. Everything except Scotland. Actually, fun fact, do you know that Scottish actually were displaced? It's believed they were actually displaced people from the Rhine River.
Oh, really?
Because the Picts were the native population of Scotland. But that changed, and no one really knows why that happened. And the legend goes that they were actually from the Rhine River, and then they got displaced in one of Caesar's first campaigns, and they moved up to the Isle of Skye because it was, for the most part, uninhabited. And then from there, they were commissioned by to basically take over Pictland and rule it. And from there, you get the Scots. It's a fascinating culture. I did a bit of study for it in preparation for some research, but it's a part of history that is very, very poorly understood, and we're still trying to figure out what is the truth in relation to it. Jess mentions, but Japan treats women in the royal family rough, has driven empresses to being mute from the stress. Yes, I will definitely say that there has been some big issues with
bullshit. Bullshit. You're full of crap. Full of crap.
I see the guy. I'm chasing him. Oh, you think you're special because you got a rope? I got a rope too. Yep.
And you guys are way over there now.
There, got him. I have avenged the wabbit.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff on that guy. But yeah, Jess, I actually know about that situation, and that is everywhere's gonna have its pros and cons, and definitely that's something that the Japanese people themselves have been debating, trying to figure out what the best way is to kind of help prevent that. You know, unfortunately, in their culture, it's a little hard. So everywhere is going to have their struggles, and that is definitely one that they have. There's no more fish around here. So my country was under the communist rule and had two big progress spikes, says Jersey. First, after World War II, it was ruined with a fourth of the population dead or lost. With the 50s, within 20 years, they built up 500,000 apartments, 1,500 plus schools, and lots of hospitals paid with tax money and public contributions. And the second spike being the fall of communism, the capitalist shock therapy, which made life miserable for like 10 years with like 20% jobless people, but led to a massive spike of standard of living in the 2000s, especially after joining the EU. So I know somebody who lives, I've known a couple of people actually that live in Eastern Europe, and some of them have kind of given kind of a similar sort of review. And so I can't, well, I know that there were some real hard times that took place. But I also know that the most human suffering that has ever taken place has happened under communism. That part I do know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And
Oh, come on. I have now hit you 5 times with the gloves, and you're still not gone? Crap. That's crap. Finally, you're down. Jeez, I don't know what it was going to take.
And now they're rolling all over the place. Oh, look at that. Cereal corn pops has been popped. Grab that and get out of here. Oh, yeah, that storm's hitting hard. 2 damaged. Dang, that hurt. But anyway, one of the most important things that I have encountered with my travels is, well, hold on to that thought. We are getting decimated here. Don't think I haven't forgotten the thought that I was going to bring up. Going to get up here because they're shooting from a car. Oh, now they're shooting from a ridge line. Oh, darn. Oh, the damage. Oh, the damage. That's a lot. Let me in. There we go. Just bang my head through there. Need health. Show me health.
Here.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Mizu. Very good dog. You're able to keep up with the warriors. You are a battle dog.
And a mini.
Thank you. Needed that.
And I can't even hold any more ammo. I've got full.
Okay. Well, the storm's starting to move again. It's getting moving.
Yep.
as one team.
That's where they are. Yep.
Darn, there they are. Uh-oh. Too bad we don't have a vehicle.
Yep.
Stay behind the structure when you're approaching them. All right, I'm going to use the rope to try and get up around them when we have to move. Oh, we have to move.
All right. Yeah, well.
There, now we got the high ground. It's a lot of damage on him.
Oh, damn it! I was on the gloves and not the rifle. I don't know where they are.
Some more damage.
Can't see them.
They're at the structure down there that they just put up, the fort.
I see them. I see them.
That's one.
Oh,
Closing the distance.
yeah. I was gonna say they're aiming. Oh, they're gonna do this now. Okay. So
Punch
this is
them.
what they're gonna do.
There he is. Oh! Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Oh! I got the revive. Yeah!
Damn it. I can't.
This fight has gone on for so long.
They're both
Yes!
down. No, yeah. Wow.
Well, that was
I
a
kept
very close one.
Yeah, I kept missing him with the gloves left and right. I just could not hit him.
Oh, man.
They were killing me. They were absolutely killing me with those building the. I had somebody I was playing them. They must have had like 8 porta bunkers stored up, and they kept throwing them down, Every time I went to punch them or shoot them, I'm shooting the structure. I'm like, oh, this is the most annoying thing I've ever done.
Yep. Well, that was still a good comeback there.
It was.
I thought for certain we were down when they're shooting us from the high ground.
No, when you got us up to the high ground, that was key. That was big.
So the thought that I was going to finish earlier, so there was some Chinese friends of mine, and they started describing what it was like for their grandparents and their parents when they were going through the Cultural Revolution. And in terms of human suffering, it's hard to imagine a time frame that was worse than that. Yes, there have been more painful ones, but this was a prolonged period of suffering. One of the largest loss of human life in human history within that time frame. And those guys, they bore the marks. They bore the marks of their nation's heritage and the struggle that they had to go through. Another person I got to hear from, I didn't get to meet in person, was somebody who was helping to evacuate people from North Korea, and hearing their story, where they actually have a season where all they eat is bugs because there's no food, because the state seizes it all.
Yeah.
And so they're literally saying, what's on the menu for tonight? Cockroaches.
Yep.
And
that's how you get things like the Holodomor.
Yep. And then I got to hear, speaking at an event that I went to, someone who had escaped communist Vietnam. Somebody who actually had been firebombed, and they've had the physical scars to prove it. And that was as a consequence of the West in the attacks that we did. But the reason why that had happened was because the brutality of the Viet Cong. And what is interesting is that person escaped to the U.S., the place that they thought, based on their experience, was responsible for all their scars, only to experience more suffering under communist Vietnam. And like, all I can think about is getting out of here. And they went to the one place that, in their mind, for a long time, had been the source of their agony. I met someone else who was from Southeast Asia too, and had that experience with Vietnam as well. So it's a fascinating thing to me. That's why I say that communism is has caused the most suffering that the world has ever known, because I personally know enough people have convinced me of that. That's why I've talked with like a true hardcore communist. Like he actually wants to try and bring about a communist revolution here in America. And I was able to actually have a dialogue with him, and we were not shouting at each other. We had actually a very productive discussion. We didn't agree on things, but that's where I started realizing it was a moral foundation. Hello, says Bastion. I'm going to lurk for a bit. Hello, Bastion. How is life for you? And lurk away, sir. Lurk away. But I still had a good discussion with the guy. And I think that's one of the biggest things in our modern society, is that we've lost the ability to listen. Because hearts are changed not when you're shouting each other down, but when you're able to have that calm discussion. And you're not going to change somebody overnight. They're going to change over a span of about a few months to a few years. And some people will never change. But man, it's amazing how many people actually do change.
No, sometimes they won't even change when faced with the dire, awful consequences of the policies that they espouse.
True. But of the people I've actually been able to convince over discussions in the past, they usually take probably about 3 to 4 years before they'll start to say, you know what, I took the wrong path. And some folks that I thought for certain would never change, very recently, actually did change. People that were all for having kind of state takeover have recently started to experience it. They were in California, and let's just say it didn't go so well. But the thing is that some people are going to be able to learn in the theoretical discussions. Some others have to learn from experience. And unfortunately, as humans go, you're going to get people that are going to be in both camps. That's why education is so important.
The worst camp, because this is the third camp. There's the ones that don't learn from the discussion, from the technical standpoint, from theoretical. And then but they also don't learn when they experience it, because they espouse these things, actually help to bring them about. And when it ruins the area and makes it unlivable for their lifestyle where they're at, they move to places where it hasn't been implemented yet because it's nice, and they start over trying to implement those same policies that ruined where they fled from. It's amazing.
Yes, that's very much a concern. So again, one of the reasons why it's important to raise people correctly. That goes for parents raising their kids, goes for colleges or high schools teaching the right information. It's all over the place. But the best experience that I personally have had is travel. When you travel, you are forced to have to engage something in a way that nobody can be properly kind of prepared for. Like, let's say, for example, we were to take the average American and take them and drop them into the middle of Mongolia.
Behind us.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah,
Obviously, they ordered pizza.
Yeah, I saw them running across before.
Ah, I missed them. Do a barrel roll.
Damn, rolled over, yeah.
At least they can't hit. There we go.
Yeah, but neither can I.
It's been decent. Got this the next week of classes left, says Bastion. A funny thought came to me. Communism is like veganism. Just enjoy a slice of pepperoni pizza in front of them. Show them what they're missing out on.
Yeah.
I have met folks though where they don't understand, and I can't necessarily blame them because they haven't heard the other side, and it's not until you have to be responsible for something that you start to realize that you need to broaden your view. Like, the number one thing that I've met, that I've seen change people from being socialists to being, I'm not even going to say capitalists. I'm going to say to being morally conscious. To say, like, hey, you know what? We need to reevaluate this and start choosing the better path, which typically goes towards more capitalism than not. But the number one thing that changed that is family. The more families there are, the more you have a desire to want to protect them. And when you see the suffering that happens under socialism, or in particular communism, you start to realize, you know, that's actually, I'm a little worried about my family. And then you want to see things change. Jersey mentioned, sorry, I missed this one earlier, Jersey. It said, in the 90s, when Poland was suffering from shock therapy, Ukraine was way richer, but it turned around within 1 decade. I actually know something about the Ukraine situation a little bit more so than the average American. I was living in Europe when a lot of things were happening, and I definitely can say that there's more to the Ukrainian story than many folks tend to realize, and there's a lot of problems that started to plague their culture. If I was to go into the full detail, it would be a long stream just to cover the basics. But Ukraine, once upon a time, was called the most corrupt nation in Europe.
Watch out.
Oh.
And they're aimbotting. It's an aimbot. It's an aimbot for sure.
Oh, almost got him with dynamite. I almost got him with dynamite. He's almost dead. He's got like 20 health.
I don't know where he is.
Probably getting his buddy. Yep. Okay, he got his buddy up. Oof.
Yeah.
Oligarchy in wild capitalism versus well-planned shock therapy. Yeah. One of the best ways to transform a culture is increments. What was the guy's name? Oh, golly. Why can't I not remember his name? The leader of of China before the takeover happened.
Chiang Kai-shek?
Yes, Chiang Kai-shek, when he took everyone to Taiwan after they lost. Which, by the way, if you want to study a sad war, China's war with the communists was about as depressing of a defeat as you could have had, because they got double-sided. They had the communists on one side, then they had the Japanese coming from the other, and then on top of that, their army was so weak that in the final stages of their fight with the communists, they ended up freezing to death because they were so poorly equipped. And so basically, there was a three-front war.
It's our own fault. It's our fault that we have to face them now. If we had only... Because the reason that the communists were so much more well-equipped was the Soviets were funding them. We decided to abandon Chiang Kai-shek. We're like, nah, he can handle it himself. It's fine.
Yep. That definitely happened. But one of the things he mentioned about when he was leading Taiwan, he was trying to break them out of the imperial mindset. And he basically created I hate to say this, but he created a dictatorship to beat the imperial and old way mindset out of them. So over on the mainland, Mao was beating that out of them and installing communism. And he was beating them out of that old mindset and installing capitalism. It's such a mirror image. It is so utterly shocking that there's that parallel in history. But it was not an easy transition, and there is so much resentment that still exists even to today because of how brutal he was, because he was so desperate to try and save his people. Now you have people that are very grateful for that past, but you also have a lot of people that have become embittered by that, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm not going to say that Chiang Kai-shek was an angel, but it was much more
he wouldn't even say he was an angel.
But he was much more preferable than what's there now.
Yes, especially after the suffering.
What's in Taiwan is preferable to what Chiang Kai-shek had to do to get there, but what Chiang Kai-shek had to do to get there was more preferable than what's on the mainland.
Absolutely. Jess mentions the dog on your loading screen matches your new sidekick. Hey, I saw that and I was like, hey, that's perfect. Got a happy doggy jumping out of an airplane. It's so funny. Dogs will do anything if they see their owners doing it. And dogs get so happy when they see, when they're in the military and they see their handlers jumping out of the plane. They just want to jump out too. Sometimes not even realizing they need the parachute.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Taiwan is the Taiwan versus mainland China concept is such a fascinating study, and we're in the middle of that history. We don't know what's necessarily going to happen in the future. I've actually even heard some people say that there was a risk of Hong Kong at one point joining Taiwan. And that's one of the reasons why China decided to crack down hard on Taiwan, on Hong Kong, because they realized there was these discussions that were starting to happen. Which, by the way, for those that don't know, the Hong Kong crackdown that happened was horrible. Most of the people that protested are all dead. And,
it was on par with Tiananmen Square.
Yes, actually,
no. Jesus, really?
Did you hear there was a second?
There's aimbots here all over the place. I mean, they are just brutal.
Coming to give you back up.
Oh no, I'm not down. It's just that. Now I'm down.
Get up, you wabbit.
Watch out, the bunny's coming.
They're too busy fighting each other, thankfully. Ooh, he had some good gear.
That's the same guy. That's the same guy you put down, isn't it?
It was his friend.
Oh, they're wearing matching skins. Watch out.
All this with this.
Another
Leave me
one,
alone.
another one, Yep.
Stop it. Let me
Well, I
be.
knew this was gonna be like. I knew this was gonna be like this because you see, when we jumped off the bus, about 40 people jumped off exactly the same time we did.
Oh man.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be hectic, but I didn't think they were all. Well, given the makeup of tonight's game players, I should have known they were gonna be a lot of them were gonna be sketcy.
Yeah, I'm. Oh, here's some health for you.
I just found a. Oh, thank you. I just found one.
So yeah, we're in the middle of seeing how these things transform, and there was an event that took place. We still don't know what happened, but apparently there was another protest that happened in Tiananmen Square a few years ago, and China cracked down very hard on that, and it's believed that the numbers were possibly. I've heard different versions because they've not released anything about this. We don't even have any acknowledgement that such a thing happened. But I've heard that it was a staggering couple of tens of thousands of people that may have met their end.
So even worse than the original one.
Yes, it was like they said between 4 to 10 times worse.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh my goodness. But that goes to show, China has still a fighting spirit within it, and they do want to change. But they are still under the communist heel, and they continue to suffer. And that's why I know people that are fleeing the country, but they don't really know what they can do because the digital age is now a tether to them. They come over here to America, and they still... they know their every movement. Thanks to U.S. government for making that technology available to the CCP. Yes, I do blame our own nation for making that a possibility because we made the technology and spread it across our whole country. Man, that infuriates me so much. Anyway. We are now battling someone is called an angry fixation. Angry fixation. Okay, so they are fixated with their rage. So, like a bull, wave a red cape, and they should, fold.
Yep. Yep. Oh, what is that?
Bullets.
Oh.
And get our hearse.
Well, there we go.
It's such a weird vehicle.
Yeah, I really wish they would fix this already. I'm getting a little annoyed with them that I can't use skins that I paid money to them to use in their game.
You know what's really funny is that this is one of the easiest lines of code to fix. I actually had this problem on the JavaScript game I was making. And basically what you're doing is you're calling an object, and when you're calling the wrong ones, because you're calling the wrong ID. So you just have to update the ID. Well, obviously this only works for only one vehicle is having that problem, so it means the ID is messed up on just one of their lines of code. It's literally one line of code that would fix this. But then you have to dig through tens of thousands, but technically you just have to dig through maybe about 10 lines of code because you're searching for it by name.
So you're saying because it's the same hearse vehicle that they're giving us when they do this, that it's just one line because it's affecting 4 of my vehicles.
So it's affecting a class of vehicle. And
it's affecting. It's not just my car. It's affecting my. It's affecting some of my SUVs.
No, what I mean is that there's an identifier. So let's say, for example, I'm going to say something theoretical. What if it's all black cars, and anything with a black identifier in its ID is messing it up? because they drove it by a variable like that rather than by the class SUV vehicle, that sort of thing. So they messed up on the naming convention. That's what's causing this problem.
Okay, well, this is going over my head because they're not all the same color. The vehicles that are being affected that I have they're all different.
True, but what I mean is that there can be another type of variable that we're unaware of. So let's say, for example, it is a vehicle that has particle effects, and then it's the particle effect indicator that's causing that. So there's something in this vehicle. So this one right here, looking at it, it has a blue color, so it probably would be given a blue ID along with a skin because you can see the texture on there, so it would be a themed blue color. You have the model of the car that would be an identifier, but they messed up one of those identifiers, and that's the problem. They should have been calling it by the number of doors on the vehicle rather than instead something else is bugging out.
Well, but I will add this: when I try to use the mystery machine, it's this vehicle, but it's the skin of the mystery machine.
Oh, we're out of fuel.
We are. Oh.
So, for example, one of the times that this occurred to me with the code that I was working on, I was working with a situation where I was trying to call up. This was actually for Silverado, the thing that, for those who are watching, that is what you hear playing in the background. It is my own radio system. So it'd be something like this. So for the folks that are watching, I'm currently going to be playing a sound effect. This is the sound effect, Jameson Laugh, but its ID is actually sound number 1. And so that sound that you hear in the background, it's not identified as Jameson Laugh. It's identified by sound 1 because in the data set, I had to assign it something like that so it would stand out. Because if I put in just laugh, well, what if I want to have multiple types of laugh? I have to make that identifier. So that's kind of what's happening. Somebody messed up the identifier.
Fine.
Boom! Take that, angrification.
Nice. I just ran out of bullets on my shotgun shells, and had to reload.
But anyway,
Went to the battle and
all that to say it's an easy line of code to fix. And that's something that they should have double checked. But sometimes you get so many objects like what they have in Fortnite. They basically have to search through tens of thousands of different items, and you kind of just want to wait until people say, hey, I got a problem, before you actually do that. Otherwise, you spend all your time hunting for, the classes that start messing up.
I've been messaging them for a month every day, telling them, yeah, you know what? If you're not gonna fix this, give me my money back then.
Yep. And honestly, it probably is becoming a bigger issue because, they fired everybody. And they don't have the staff like they used to be able to try and figure this stuff out. It's very much on them.
I truly think they don't care. I really don't think that they care.
No, they care about money first and foremost.
Well, then maybe they should fix the game.
Yep. Oh, but see, they want to only listen to the person that, buys 10 items a day from them.
Well, I stopped buying anything because if I can't use it, I'm not buying anything.
Hey, you save money that way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a whale, but I have spent money on the game. It's not like I'm playing for free everywhere.
Yeah, well, if that's really the case, then you have quite the, and you were to tell them that, you're, actually, no, never mind. That joke's not going to pan off. Okay, I had a joke, but that's going to fail, so disregard that. Oh, those tires are unique.
Yeah. And we're gonna have to, it looks like we're gonna be fighting in the snow at the end here again,
Ooh,
like that
boy.
last game.
Nice and frosty.
Well, maybe it won't be in the with the castles. Maybe it'll be in the wilderness.
Well, at least this time I have a sniper with us, and so I'm not going to be thwarted the same way that we were last time. I could have taken those guys out several times, but I just couldn't line up my shots. They were so utterly careless. Good, more sniper ammo.
Rival got intercepted. Well, the rival's down. Oh, and somebody picked it up though.
Rabbit
That
versus
annoys me.
DJ Dog. Oh, vehicle.
Yep.
Oh, they pulled over. Moving on.
Yep.
Well, we should
Yeah,
probably
behind
get
the
moving
building.
forward. That storm's going to get relatively close. Oh, dang, that hurt. Should not have done
Yeah,
that.
I can't find it. I can't find a way down. Ah!
All right, somebody's up ahead. Get to the high ground. Oh, never mind. Storm's going to get it.
Yeah, we can't. Yep. Yep. Oh, they're rebooting.
Well, they got it off.
They did. How'd they get it off so fast?
I think they were going for probably earlier. And we just recently heard it. Oh, somebody's here. It's Disco Dog. Go back here, Disco Dog. I'm not done with you. Actually, wait a minute. This is dangerous. Where'd you go? There you are.
Oh, shit.
Oh, dang it. Oh, not good. Not good. Ooh, it's your card. Okay, got your card. I wonder how likely is that we're going to be able to get you back here. Get the bazooka out.
It's right there.
Oh, come on. Leave me alone. Well, isn't that just like Black Panther? Not to leave people to, do what they need in peace. He has to just butt his head in. Oof. I think I'm good for one more, and then I'll be closing up the game side of things.
Yep.
Mizu gets an outfit. Isn't that adorable? I actually kind of like it when the dog doesn't have an outfit. For right now.
Yeah, I don't use any of the enhanced skins for the sidekicks. I don't like it.
One of the types of discussions that I remember having a whole lot of when I was in college were questions about whether or not something was the right thing to do as a society. And I grew up with kind of this belief that everybody would agree on that. And oh my goodness, is that a loaded question in many ways. Because I came across people that had some of the wildest, most outlandish sort of beliefs. And all went back to that their foundation was basically was built off of whatever you kind of think should be the case is what, is how one should be living, rather than based upon logic, based upon experience, based upon history. And so people would say, hey, we need to help certain people in a certain way, and then you get other people that say, well, I've experienced that and that doesn't help them, then then the fighting starts.
Well, I have seen some of the most unspeakable evil done in the name of we need to do this for the good of society.
Precisely. Good intentions, many times when not founded off of sound reason and in good character, many times ends up being just as bad as an evil idea in many ways, because the effects end up getting abused. There was a teacher back at my college who was notorious for persuading students to take a more questionable path. And he was notorious. Everyone really liked his classes, and he didn't teach many. He taught like 2, and most of the time he just spent doing volunteer work. And then he would take students out to join in on the volunteer stuff, and that is where his teaching would tend to happen. And so he'd be saying, hey, we're going to go out and we're going to help the homeless. Sounds honorable. I myself have seen a lot of people do a lot of good doing that. But ironically enough, the people that would go and volunteer on this with him, 9 times out of 10 would start to become communist. And gee, if there's only a common thread that someone could point to about where all these students probably got that idea. Oh wait, it was the one guy that was endorsed by the college for teaching morality and how to apply it in the real world. So, what happened? Well, after he twisted the minds of many, many, many students, some of the students actually started to act on his values in ways that the school became aware of what was going on, and they were like, wait a minute, you're taking things to the extreme. And they ended up firing the guy because there was some very shady stuff happening around him. But everyone had the good feels about him. They're like, but he was caring for the poor. He was making a difference. And so what happens when he gets fired on his walk, in his final walk out of the campus, the roads were lined up with all the people who were there to support him. Probably about half the campus came out to show him solidarity. And then they proceeded to openly criticize the school for having gotten rid of him. He wasn't the only one that left. He was just the most noticeable. There was actually many, many people that ended up leaving because it turns out that sort of people like that tend to have their own collection of acolytes and supporters that are in staff. So a lot of staff members ended up getting removed as well.
Yeah, one comes to mind. A big person who twisted the minds of young people and they did unspeakable things later on. He died in prison not too long ago.
Yep. It is kind of ironic how that trend seems to happen a lot.
Yep. Whoa.
Nicely done. Danny Gate has been defeated by the very wabbit she was hunting.
Yeah.
It's not wabbit for dinner.
Yeah.
It's Danny, or whatever her name was.
Wabbit season. Duck season. Wabbit season.
But so when this guy got fired, Dust raised a lot of questions. What had he done that was so terrible that sparked that reaction? Because if you're a student, you hear that and you think, but this guy only cared for the poor. Why would anybody have a problem with that? And I myself was left kind of a bit confused. So I was like, well, I want to stand on morality. I want to know what he did so that way I can be able to feel confidence that they did the right decision. Well, it's a bit complex. Oh, there's somebody up there. Oh, dang. That hit hard.
They were both shooting at you this time. Yep.
Yep.
And they're aimbotting.
Yep,
So
they
that's the
definitely
problem.
are doing that. Oh, good job. Well done. I'll look for the other guy.
I don't think their aimbot was counting on my gloves.
They need to buy a better one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I closed the distance, so.
Well, nicely done. So I was raised with the question, what did he do? Oh, I hear that guy coming back, it sounds like. Well, see, if you have that sort of mindset, you're willing to start to overlook some things in order to push your worldview. And he was, in order to protect people with the worldview that he had, he started to overlook criminal behavior. And there were police investigations that were taking place, and he was directly thwarting them. So it wasn't the school necessarily. It was that he was in trouble with the law. And so
There you go.
I say that in the sense that he was somebody who everyone thought was a moral man. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly did one of the most immoral things, and that was to protect people that were doing very bad crimes, all in the name of trying to be loving and caring. So, what was more loving and caring? To stand up and cover for the people that were doing crimes? Or was it, or would it be to turn those people over? Which is the better option? Well, if you want to have a moral society, you can't overlook criminal behavior. There has to be justice. Otherwise, it devolves. It devolves very fast. That guy had aimbot as he was tracking across, like, oh yeah, I recognize that. But he did not have good items. Man, he chose the bad items to be using for an aimbot. One of my best friends is a commie, says Jersey, while the other is a Christian nationalist. So that's a funny duo to deal with. See, Jersey, you're in that sort of position where you actually get to see and hear the arguments of both sides. It'll be up to you to decide which path kind of you want to take. Now, all we can do is give it advice and history, but that doesn't change the fact that you will have to end up making that decision yourself. based upon the facts and the figures. So always be inquisitive, because I believe the facts will prove one way or the other. Beware a person who tells you to cover your ears and just start saying la 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 and ignore everything. That's the person that you have to watch out for. So this guy ended up in huge trouble, and a lot of other teachers ended up leaving as well as protest. Well, turns out some of them were doing equally bad things, just in different ways. And it became known as a purge. It was like referred to as like, oh, it was the college purge that took place. And it made a lot of angry students. There was debates about whether or not that was the best thing to do, and a lot of students ended up leaving the school as a result. A lot of new students came there because they suddenly realized that they had course corrected. So it is kind of interesting how that happened. But the students that were influenced, many of them ended up becoming full-blown communists. And some of them experienced some very bad things through communism in the places that they traveled, and they ignored it. One person who got to travel to communist China heard about the death toll that was taking place and the execution of the Uyghurs, and just decided it must be propaganda. That wouldn't possibly be happening. And so thus ended up living in China and ignored the warning signs. And even when people said basically that they were escapees or things like that, it completely ignored it, to the detriment of that person. And that person did not quite recover, at least in terms of what I would have liked to have seen. I think they had great potential. They threw it all away in the pursuit of a good feeling, of thinking that somehow they could find morality in a feeling rather than in right and wrong. Oh wow, that guy's hitting hard. That guy is aimbotting severely. That is a very strong aimbot.
Yep. Oh, it was their NPC that got me. Watch out for the NPC.
Uh-oh. That's another person.
And they're behind you now. Yep. I got you.
I still got him in the last bit. It's Doofenshmirtz. He was the one who did it.
Oh.
He's a mile away. I mean, not him. It's because the person that shot me, I ended up shooting simultaneously.
Yeah, I've had some simultaneous what do you call it? Eliminations.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, they've recently happened. I mean, you think it's kind of rare to have a simultaneous elimination, but it's been happening, a lot. Over the last maybe week or so, I've had like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's very, very weird.
I'm going to be transitioning to art.
Yep.
What are you going to be doing, Wes?
I'm probably just gonna. I might. I don't know. I'll probably just grab some waters. Maybe I might get a snack, and I'm just gonna lay down, put the TV on, and fall asleep watching something.
All right.
About it.
Well, maybe turn on America's Funniest Home Videos from the 90s or something like that.
I usually put on an anime that I've already seen, this way I don't feel bad about falling asleep on it, or an anime or a documentary. A lot of times I watch. There's two different documentaries I watch all the time while I sleep. It's either the Century of Warfare or Battlefield. Both. I mean, they are from when documentaries were still really good. They were objective. They were fact-based. And what you saw on the screen was actually what they were talking about, and not just some random clip because they thought it looked cool and lined up with what they were talking about. I can't tell you the amount of documentaries of World War II, and I'm watching and I'm going, that's not what that's a clip of. That's not what that's a clip of. It's amazing nowadays. Documentary making has fallen off so poorly.
Yeah, trying to find a good one can be a challenge.
And anything from the 70s, 80s, and even in the 90s, still pretty good. Like I said, the Century of Warfare, I think, is a 90s documentary from Time Life. I have them on VHS.
Yeah. Indeed.
But
well,
that's
hopefully,
about it. That's about it. Yep.
Hopefully you find a good one there.
Oh yeah, no, they're all I have them all. I have them, digital copies on the hard drive. So all I got to do is just when I shut this down, I just click them right on. So, well, have fun drawing.
Indeed. Much appreciated for you joining in. It's good fun.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks for the gameplay. Always enjoy playing. Thank you.
All right. Chat with you later,
And
West.
have a good one.
Wes Cagle, everybody. Give him a round of applause. I'm trying to get my tablet up and running. Right now, it does not want to draw, so I might have to do some stuff behind the scenes. Oh, now it's working. Okay, I'm going to get myself some water. Be right back. So I want to mention the number one way to prove that communism doesn't work. This is a fascinating thing that I remember hearing about from a teacher years ago. And it changed how I see this, see many, many things. So, let's say you have an ideology, a belief, that things should be a certain way. And you think, maybe we should vote on this to make it happen. Well, it sounds great. Until then, you have to live with the consequences, whatever it is. So how do you find out if it's a good idea before you commit to it. I'm going to leave that question there for a moment, for just in case somebody wants to mention it. I had a friend who desperately wanted to have a version of socialism. He thought it was the best way forward, and he gave a very glowing sort of perspective on what that would look like. And based upon how he argued it, I couldn't really disagree with him. So I just listened, and he went about his way, advocating for it. But I never quite said, yeah, I agree. I didn't say I disagreed. I just was like, okay, that's interesting. Fascinating. We'll have to see if it pans out. Well, he did find out, and it didn't require him to wait too terribly long, because one day he got his wish. He wanted to have socialism, and a friend said, "Hey, I'll take care of the house chores. Just pay me money." And it's like, oh, we got a tax and we got a government service, so to speak. And then he started realizing that this guy was ripping him off. Suddenly he got an opinion. The guy that was in charge of the house was trying to run it almost like it was a kind of mini socialist kingdom. Everyone was paying him, and he was taking care of them, almost like a parent. And it started out fine until he started increasing the price. Until he started saying, yeah, everyone gets an opinion, but my opinion is more important. And it was a slow creep of power until finally people are like, we don't like this, we're out. So what happened that is the solution for proving socialism doesn't work? Because that's kind of a loose story there. It's not evidence necessarily. What is the fact that will disprove socialism and prove that it fails? Have someone start living like they're under socialism and watch what happens. It's easier to do than you may think. And some places try and encourage people to do that in school. They make little kingdoms, so you could say, of other classes, and like, hey, let's gather together almost like a group to make this happen. Everyone gets the same reward, basically, things like that. Oh, let me do a quick change over here. I want to do the change to art here. Art. There we go. Save. The goal is to give people what they want. So you want to have all these government programs. You want someone else to take care of it? Okay, fine. You go out and do that. But do it for free. And then start to realize, oh, this doesn't work. I need to be paid for it. Well, then go up to the people you're offering the service to and watch them suddenly not want your service anymore. They're not going to pay you for it. To practice in the day-to-day, you have the ability to break people of that. And if you have somebody who believes in something so much, good. Try it out. See how long it lasts. And then you'll start to know whether or not it was a good idea. You worked really hard to get grades in a class. Watch as you see the person who didn't work hard get a grant because it was about being equal. And you got a grant too, but not nearly as much because you already had so much going for you. That person needed more help. Suddenly you get a little indignant, get a bit upset. Why are they getting what I worked hard for? You don't have to argue necessarily. You just have to grant the wish. And then watch people start to have an opinion. Let's change the sound here. You know, there's a couple of times in Scripture where God tells us that he would be holding back judgment from Israel. They would have sinned, and he would still show them mercy, despite the fact that they didn't deserve mercy. And then they would cross a line. They would just go a little too far. And then God would say, okay, fine. You want it so badly, you can have it. And then horrible things transpired. People got the consequences of their own actions. It's kind of weird to think about. That you can have something that you believe should be one way, and then you are told, no, that's a bad thing. And then you have the benefit and the curse of getting to have it. There's a man that I know who wanted desperately to be married. And he worked very hard to try and have that happen. And he was trying to pursue the wrong type of girl. And everyone that was around him said, hey, this is not a good woman. Avoid her. Yes, it's good to marry, but not this woman. She is not someone that anybody was happy to see. She was argumentative. She caused a whole lot of problems. She was highly immoral. And he's like, well, I just want somebody. And so he insisted on it, and people were like, okay, fine. That's the person that you want. I guess we'll see if it works out. And a few years later, she dumped him very badly. And he was an emotional wreck afterwards. He got everything he wanted. He got the relationship that he had been pursuing. All of it destroyed. He got exactly the consequences everyone warned him about. Same thing with many things in life. You can't convince everybody. But what you can do is give the warning. You have to let people decide what it is that they are going to believe. And that's very tough to watch, especially if you care about somebody. If you love somebody, it hurts to see them go into communism. Because, well, you probably know very well the penalty of that mindset. And then you see somebody embracing it and realizing they're embracing their own destruction. But you can't convince them of that. But what you can do is inform people early on in life so that way they're less likely to go down that path. That's why it's so sad how many people were cast aside by their own parents, thrown into a school system that hated them. And then when they got their kids back, they're like, we don't even recognize these kids anymore. They've changed so much. It's a tough reality to suddenly be presented with. The sudden realization that someone you care about has chosen the wrong path and they don't care. And then all you can do is watch and realize they'll be back speaking to you one day. What's left of them. I don't say that lightly. I've watched people make horrible decisions. Some of them have to pay the consequences of it. They come away from it and they're like, why didn't someone try and stop me? Eventually, the people trying to stop you become tired. They start realizing you don't understand, and you never will. So rather than be hated for their entire lives, they're like, fine, we'll give you what you want. That's why communism troubles me so much. It's being fed to the younger generation like it's somehow good. Somehow it's the right thing to do. And conveniently omitting all the suffering. Because they don't want them to think about that. If they did, well then they might not decide to go with communism. There's a reason why so many people here in the US fought against communists, especially with like McCarthy doctrine sort of stuff. Some people criticize it, some people praise it. When you see the death and destruction that communism brought about, you do become adamantly against it. I wish the people that were fascinated with communism would ask more questions, though. I don't want to just condemn the people that find the fascination with it. I want them to understand why they find a fascination with it. And help them to understand that it's not all that it's cracked up to be. And personally, I would love to give it to them. Like, give them the opportunity to experience it. Because I think that they don't understand because they have this illusion in their mind. And they're not given the proper background to stand against it. And if they just were given the background, maybe they would change their mind. Maybe not. Maybe it's impossible. Maybe we're cursed as a generation to have the ignorant lead us into destruction. Kind of sounds fitting, because we have had such wickedness in our generation that it kind of seems almost like a form of judgment. But I would like to try and avoid that and course correct. But you can't do that as an individual. You need to do that as a society. Sure, you are protecting your home. You're insisting that you do things the right way. You teach. You train. You build up your home. And you protect it. And then you look across the way and you see your neighbor pouring gasoline on his home. That's odd. I would never pour gasoline on my home. And then you see him bring in more gasoline. And more. And then you start getting worried. Because then you see him strike the match. He throws it on it. And the thing combusts. Neighbors immediately vaporized by the flame. You warned him. And then the reality sets in. The fire's so hot and so strong, your home's now burning. Just because of proximity. Ever paid the penalty for someone else's sin? Most of us have. We pay for the sins of our fathers. Shouldn't necessarily be the case anymore, but it still happens. If my relatives are hurt, if my neighbor gets hurt, I pay the price. That's my big concern, is that we are going to be paying the price for a generation that is fascinated without the moral fortitude to realize this is dangerous. They're playing with fire. I'd rather introduce them to a fire. Say, here's a fire pit. Experiment. See if it works. And then watch as it inevitably doesn't. I do say inevitably because it will not work. Communism is destructive. If somebody is all gung-ho about communism, okay, go up to everyone you see who doesn't have the same as you, and give of your own money in your own home until everything is equal, and then watch and see if that changes your community for the better. Oh, well, everyone has to do it for it to work. Do they? See, charity is a good thing. It is a good thing. But I can go down the street and find somebody who is homeless. I can give them a home. I can take care of them. That's a good thing. But to go out and say, I'm going to take everybody else's stuff and change that, shouldn't you first start with yourself? And that's where I get concerned. It's not about giving of yourself. That's called charity. When you're taking from someone else, you're just being a bully. And that's where the suffering starts to happen. I'm not a communist, as I don't think it's possible to achieve due to how imperfect and opportunistic humans are. Oh yeah, that is definitely true. And generally think that I wouldn't work on a big country scale. Maybe on a small community. But I could comfortably be able to call myself a chill socialist, strong social country, or a social democrat. Socialism plus more regulated free market. Those are a cleaner alignments to the left than to the right, which focuses on set values. See, I know many people that would fall into that camp. I did know somebody, though. He lived up here in Alaska. He was actually pushing for the Communist Party here in the country. And he had no idea what he was pushing for. Ironically enough, the guy was pretty well off. And then he ended up, weaponizing the legal system against other people. And so nobody liked him as a result. Because he became a danger to kind of be around, because he might try and come for you legally. It's amazing what some people will do to get ahead. But see, now that's where it's good to still experiment. Try things on the small scale. Find out what works and what doesn't. Because if you do that, it's a lot wiser. I'm a big fan of incremental changes, even for things that I like. Now, there's some things morally that you need to change immediately. But when it comes to kind of policy or ideas, it's really kind of good to do things incrementally. Change 10% at a time. Change maybe up to 30% at a time. But don't go all in, especially if there's reasonable doubt. Shift a little bit at a time. And then you'll probably have a better idea of what is going to work and what won't work. But there's some things that definitely will not work. And those things tend to be when people ignore the futility of humanity. We will make decisions that are selfish. And inevitably, somebody, somewhere, is going to make a bad decision. Somebody's going to be selfish. Somebody's going to take advantage. I need to pull up my reference image because I'm not drawing this landscape very good. One college friend came up and said, "What, you don't stand for socialism? You don't stand for communism? What, are you cruel? Do you want to see your neighbor suffer?" No, I don't want to see my neighbor suffer. And that's the reason why I insist that. Because I have seen people suffer. I saw friends suffer. I saw people beaten with a metal rod till their face was a bloody pulp. All because of ideas. I've seen people claim they were doing the right thing as they stole from another. I deserve this. Or worse, stealing for another person. They deserve this. I'm going to take from you in order to prove it. I don't see people say encouragement. I don't see people... Well, there's a lot of things that we can do better at as a society. One of those things that we can do is to show more charity and kindness. Because if we don't do that, well, there's a very real chance that those who are downtrodden will start to turn to more extreme concepts. And that can be very dangerous. Up here in Alaska, we have a lot of people that are homeless. We have a lot of people who are on drugs. And they're not doing so well. And they're not improving. The state has been trying their best to help them with social programs. It's not working. I've been driving around here for years now. It is not working. And the reason why is because it doesn't solve the root of the problem. If they were to address it in terms of by helping to build someone up rather than just give them something, to enable rather than give a handicap, you'll see people thrive more. You know the times when I grew the most? It wasn't when I was given something. It was when I was denied something. When I was growing up, I wanted so badly to get a chance to get some really nice art equipment. Maybe that's why I have an obsession now to get as much fine art stuff as I can, to my financial detriment. But the most that I've succeeded is when I have little. Your background doesn't have to be limited by what you have. It's limited by imagination, limited by your skills to build with what you have. Not every one of us will get to build with steel beams and concrete and glass. Some of us are just given dirt and rock. Dirt and rock, and we have to make something out of it. That limitation is not bad. I'm not finding a good reference image here. When you have something that's free, there's a lot of times people will start to abuse it. In particular, those that don't really have much moral foundation. If you need something, you need it. But do you really need that flat screen TV with a sofa and the beer cans? Oh, why did I give that reference? Because I want to help out the needy with my grandfather when he was still alive. He took me along with him to see the to help deliver dinners to the homeless or the downtrodden. And in particular, it was the downtrodden, the people that had homes but couldn't afford anything. Most of them were on some sort of state funding, like some sort of like handouts from the state. And we went to a house. I've mentioned this story before, so if people have heard this, you already know where this is going. We went to a home. I looked up. It was a 2-story home. Had a big garage. And I thought, these people are downtrodden? We walked up to the door, and a little kid answered the door. Very little kid. And my grandfather leaned over and said, "Well, hi there. Are your parents home?" And the kid just turned around and walked away, leaving the door opened. We stepped inside, and we looked to our left, and there's the kid's parents, drunk, out of their mind, passed out in their sofas. There were 2 sofas, a giant screen TV, and beer cans everywhere. There was no other furniture in the house. There was nothing for the kids. There was beer cans, a TV screen that was playing sports, and 2 sofas, 2 lazy boy sofas for these 2 deadbeats to be resting in. The kids in that home had no future, and these people had a home over their head provided by the state and were abusing their handouts by getting themselves drunk to the point of where their kid is answering the door for strangers and just letting them in. My grandfather tried to get them to acknowledge us. They didn't. So we dropped off the food and the gifts and walked out. That was state-assisted living. That's what socialism breeds. Those kids are probably grown adults now, probably in jail. Probably. I think back to that. What could have been done? You couldn't tell those parents that they were making a mistake. They wouldn't believe you. They probably wouldn't care. Just give us more alcohol. We don't care. So what if our kids are covered in filth? What if our place is starting to have bugs infesting it? Give us more beer. Every kid should have to be required to do some sort of community service like that. Everyone should be required. Because you are shell-shocked when you see something like that. And I have seen that and worse since then. Drugs are not such a big thing in Europe, but we struggle a lot with alcohol. Yeah. I remember when I was living in Europe, I had heard the stories. Drugs tend to be a bit more of a problem in some parts of the country, in some of the European countries, but it's a very big problem here in America. Now imagine if people were to just merely get the chance to experiment. You go up to somebody and say, hey, this person's down on their luck. Should the state help them? Well, of course the state should help them. Okay. Would you mind opening up your doors and letting this person stay here? And watch what happens as they squirm. Oh, I don't have space for them. I don't have my wallet on me. I couldn't possibly. I'm late for an appointment. Oh, see you later. The number of times I've heard that, it's actually quite funny. Watch the people who preach the loudest suddenly run for cover when they have to do it themselves. It's easy to demand someone else do it. But you know what's the most important thing? Is being able to choose to do it yourself. I want to do it because I believe it. If you believe it, by all means, live it. Do it. Don't wait upon someone else to do it. If you believe in a cause, be that force. But don't think that you have to wait for others to join you in that. In fact, it kind of lessens your effort if you have to get someone else to do it for you. People are like, well, didn't you believe in it? Why should we sign on if you yourself aren't willing to do it. Be willing to be the change that you demand of others. And in doing so, you will inspire people to do good. You'll inspire that positive change that you want to see. But the moment you go out and say, others need to do it, not me, you've just ruined your whole logic, and nobody is going to want to side with you. I know a lot of people have bleeding hearts. And I'm not saying bleeding hearts is a bad thing. To care about somebody is a good thing. But how you live that out will define to others what sort of person you are. Whether or not you're trustworthy. Whether or not you truly do believe. Or if you're just trying to exploit. Right now we have a lot of problems with corruption in America. There's a lot of organizations that were charities that we're finding out were the bad guys. We have legal battles happening. We have folks that are finding out that charities that they used to back are somehow causing the problems. It's a big issue. It does raise a lot of questions. That's why all that stuff, you don't need a multi-million or billion-dollar organization or country to spend trillions. All you need is yourself. What, the road's busted? Go out and fix it. What's stopping you? Oh, well, the government regulators are going to stop me. If they're too busy to fix the road, they're going to be too busy to stop you from fixing it. What would a leader do? What would a champion do? Would the champion cower and say, I'm too afraid of this fight. I better wait till my squire can come up and fight for me? What sort of champion is that? Be the change and make the difference. And in doing so, you will learn something that those that sit on the sidelines will never understand. You never have an opinion truly until you've experienced it. I mean, sure, you have an opinion, but you don't have an opinion that is driven with purpose until you've experienced it. I can say, I believe skydiving is a very beneficial thing for people to do. Have you ever done it? Well, no, but it sure seems like a good thing for people to do. And then I get asked why. And then suddenly this old grouchy fella suddenly stands up and he's missing a leg. I was a paratrooper for 5 years. And then finally I landed, bones split clean in half, went through my leg. I lost my leg after that. Why should everybody have to be jumping out of a plane to go parachuting? Suddenly, you've met somebody who has an opinion, somebody who has the scars to prove it. Now, I'm not saying that paragliding or parachuting is bad. I'm just giving that as an extreme example of saying that some people have that. Kind of like the person I mentioned about earlier who came away with all the scars from war. You have an opinion when you bear the scars. And if you don't have the scars, consider going out and finding them. Either somebody who does have it, or be willing to put yourself out there to earn those scars. You know, I have a couple of scars, but they're not physical scars. These ones are deep emotional scars. And they were not things I should have necessarily received. I earned them because I put my neck on the line for other people that I didn't need to. And I learned the hard way what it meant to stand your ground against people who hate you. And I learned also the people that you can help by doing that. And you do help people. Question is, sometimes if you feel like you're actually making the difference. I stood up for somebody when I was in college. First week when I was in college. And the professor did not like that I stood up for someone else. And proceeded to cause immense frustration in months worth of meetings and investigations, only to find out the teacher made it all up. All because I stood up for somebody and the teacher did not like that. Why? Because the teacher smelled opportunity. The teacher, who wanted to say it was that they were doing it for the right thing, turned out they were doing it actually to get a position. And they got that position. They got everything they wanted, and I was shown the door. I didn't get the thank you that I expected, but I did get a thank you. I did get an apology. Not the one I expected, but I did get an apology. I earned scars for standing up for somebody. Now, for people that want very desperately for social programs to happen, good. Put your neck on the line. Make that difference. Lead the charge. But do it with yourself first. Find out what it's like on that side. You may learn something that you don't want to learn, but you must learn it. By the way, part of the thing I learned from that whole experience at college was don't go to college. I was, what I learned was very discouraging, and it took many people that I told that to many years to finally agree with me. I had a horrible experience, and I was an emotional mess for a good portion of college because things went so poorly. And standing up for someone suddenly didn't feel so severe compared to some of the other things that would transpire. I do not credit any of my skills to college. All of them I learned through YouTube. I do not credit any of my wisdom to college. I learned that from mentors. I do not credit history to them. I learned that from museums, landmarks, and relatives. Only thing I learned from college is how to stand up against a machine that hates you. Yes, college is not a good thing for most people, but it is necessary for some. And when you've received those lashes, you start to get an opinion. My opinion about college is similar to what some people have of communist countries. They've experienced it, and they have the lashes to prove it. And to them, sometimes they don't know how to properly word things. That's one of the areas where I step in. I know the stories. I've heard their stories. I've heard their experiences, and I know how to put it to better words than they can. Not always, but many times I know how to put it to better words because they're still kind of reeling from it. Some of them don't want to explore it again. The scars are too real. That's what a storyteller is supposed to do, is to help people to understand the greater picture of something going on. The role of a storyteller is actually very important to a culture, and it's a shame that so many people have abused that role in our lifetime. Now that I have a concept down, this next part should go fairly fast. I was experimenting there, trying to see what is the best style. By the way, folks, as always, if you found something of merit around here, consider liking the stream, and if you disagree with it, give it thumbs down. I'll accept both, and I will try and course correct as I'm able to. Well, one day I want to tell a story that kind of approaches some of these things. And I'm still trying to work out the kinks for it. So it's not a story I'll be telling anytime soon. This is a one on the back burner. But there is a story that kind of harkens to this sort of concept that I'm still debating about how to move forward. Maybe in a couple of years I'll tell it. Yeah, I'm trying to plan things out for the next couple of years because, well, life is busy and I don't have the ability to do this stuff full time. That opportunity kind of faded with the modern era, so thus all projects kind of take that very long scenic route to get to conclusions. background scenery is always a challenge to try and do for me. I've mentioned this before. I'm still trying to get better at it. That's why I'm kind of spending a little bit of time trying to do this. I'm not going to do the whole scene like this. I'm just doing a couple of foreground elements, then I'm going to try and blur things out in the background. Ah, there's where all the materials went. I just had to expand it out and then automatically starts downloading it. It's like, why is all the brushes I used to have gone? Kind of a weird way to sync it. A lot of other things too. Huh. What if there's like free things that it gives you automatically? Because like objects, I would not want stuff like that because I don't need it. I got 3D programs like Blender. Oh, we're getting closer. it's still doing is all it's downloading. Ground. That's an interesting concept. Basically a grunge brush. Oh, interesting. What if I used a grunge brush? Let's try this. Let's add this in here. Nope, can't do that. Pen tool. Nope, can't do that either. How do we do this one? Brush. Pencil? Nope, can't do that. Which one does this go to? Because I was on pen. And it said pen. Right? Image material. Brush tip shape. Oh, it's a shape. It's not the brush itself. Ah. So I don't know how to add that in. I'm not going to bother with that right now. Okay, let's see here. We are actually at 4 hours. I did not get very far on this. We'll be wrapping up here in just a few minutes. Let me find this brush, though, because I want to try and do this area. Just a reminder, folks, thumbs up, thumbs down, most helpful. By the way, if anybody has Silverado, you do have the code that you can submit on the website for the sound redeems. I'm trying to get that thing operational again. It does work. I think it works. Let me try this, actually. Let me try and do a redeem. Nope, it doesn't work. Well, fancy that. Okay, well, disregard that, folks. I can't believe how inept I was not to test that properly. I will be sure to test that next time. I know the piece of code that needs to go into fixing that. Because unlike Fortnite, I try and do my fixes to my product. Okay. Let's try and add this now. Hey, there we go. Looks great. So now, decrease that, and we just want to... oh, that's how it's driven. Well, that doesn't look good. Well, that was a bunch of nothing, but at least I got that brush set up operational again. So that way I can use it for painting textures. But as for pen textures, not going to work. As we get close to wrapping this up, we'll just bring up one more thing to consider. Actually, no, we won't go there. Let me backtrack here, because that would get into another long conversation point that I want to have, and I'm not going to bother with that right now. Just a reminder, we're going to be offline for a while, starting around Saturday. Be offline for about 1 to 2 weeks. I'll probably do like 1 or 2 streams with other folks, but I will try and not to do stuff on this side. So I'll be doing stuff with probably one other channel. We'll see what happens. I don't remember if Dadman has a Saturday stream this week. But if so, then I'll probably be over there like it was this last Saturday. That was a fun one. There was a lot of stuff we covered. So for those that did not see that, that was actually, as conversation streams goes, that was one of the better ones that could have happened. We'll still be doing our storytelling stream with Dadman when I get back. Too bad I'm not going further south, otherwise I'd try and meet up with him, but a couple of 100 miles difference there. If you're wrapping up, quick question then. Indeed. Starting to wrap up here, so try to finish this little section right here before calling it. I've been reading a few books recently to understand some philosophy stuff, including the Bible. I want to understand the core of it, not the human factor. If you're going to the... Wait a second. Is the serpent from the garden the accuser from Job? The great dragon from the ending? Revelations, I think? The same being? Or how do you understand that? The world... The spiritual realm is a confusing one to those of us who are in the flesh. We see bits and pieces. We understand aspects of it. We don't get the full picture, and I believe that's for a reason. The serpent is the devil. The devil came along in order to deceive, because in his plan, he wanted to cause pain. The devil already lost. The rebellion was before mankind even existed. The devil rebelled against God, and he was cast out. He was not executed, which is maybe a conundrum to those of us who are in the flesh. But he was a rebel, and took a third of the angels with him. They became the demons, and he became the devil. They looked at mankind, whom God had blessed, and he was pleased with them. And the devil wanted to destroy us. He wanted to pollute and twist the thing that had been created. Not because he thought he could win, but because he just wanted to cause pain. The dragon from Revelation is also the devil, but it is given a different illustration for that, because it's showing us the heart of who he is. The Bible is about the struggle of good versus evil, but more importantly, it is made as a way for mankind to understand that God exists and who he is. That's the core of what the Bible is. It's supposed to convey the information that we need to comprehend our role in this creation, to comprehend what our relationship with God needs to be. The New Testament is the fulfillment of what the Old was, and it shows how God now dwells among us. His Spirit now dwells among us. It is no longer the dark world that the Old Testament was forged in. The devil has been defeated. But the devil has not been completely destroyed yet. The devil still works among mankind, mostly through the desires of our own hearts, twisting us at our core. The Bible shows us how to live a righteous life, teaching us how to better escape the temptations of this world, because the longings of our heart create sin. Now, I'm not saying the longings of our heart for things that are good. No, it's the bad things that produce the sin. The good things are what God wants us to have, and he tells us that in many ways. But the devil wants us to have what is bad, because he knows it will create evil within us. Like, I go very deep into the whole structure and very core of it now. I'm not really interested in promises for humans, etc. I'm really just trying to filter it out and focus on the important core parts. That is the important core part. It is. Because we didn't need to be created in that sense. God chose to create us. The Bible exists to convey to us who we are, why we're here. That's the root of what it's there for. Now, it helps us to understand a little bit of the spiritual realm, but doesn't give us full detail about it. But that's why I said the main point of it is to tell the world that there is a God and who he is. That's the most important part about it. And that there is indeed salvation and restoration. That is what the New Testament is primarily focused on, and what the Old Testament promised would happen. It has history as a big part of it, but the main point is the message of hope. That's what the whole purpose of it is. When you finish the Bible and get a grip on it, I'll check up the Quran later. You will find some very interesting things in the Quran. By all means, interesting read. I myself have not read it, but I know some of the passages in it. And you will see the difference, and it will be up to you to try and weed through the truth. Just be forewarned, there's there will be some things in there that are going to get very heavy, and you'll start to understand why there's such a big religious divide. Would love to study philosophy, but no job after it. Yeah, the philosophy jobs have all dried up. They used to actually have jobs for that. It used to be called a professor. I actually knew someone. He graduated as with a philosophy degree, and he never got a chance to use it because the job opportunities all dried up for that sort of stuff, which is good, honestly. It's better to understand philosophy from the stance of living it rather than trying to make a career off of it. Oh, would you look at that? Another bot has appeared. Get rid of that bot. Okay, there we go. Quran seems more hardcore. Authority over love, or something like that. The history of the Quran's an interesting one. Muhammad believed he had met a demon, and he describes what the demon had told him. And his wife told him that he should write it all down, and that to listen to this being. He kept saying, "I believe this is a demon." That Christians believe was the devil. Well, not necessarily the devil himself, but one of the demons coming to give the message of the Quran. If you study the Quran and the Book of Mormon, you will notice a very striking similarity. They're almost exactly one and the same. But yet they're not. But they have a very similar core. See, the Bible's about restoration. It mentions about what sin is. It mentions about how God judges sin and how mankind is saved from sin. The Quran mentions something completely different. It mentions, and I'm not going to get this 100% accurate in the quote, but basically it means, this is who God is. Now go and kill everyone who doesn't believe it. I'm not exaggerating. I actually heard this very clearly in a direct to English translation of this. You will find those areas. And some people say, well, doesn't the Old Testament say something similar? Kind of, but not really. There were, rather than kill those who disagree, instead it said, testify against them so that they can repent. That's why the book of Jonah stands out so much, because Jonah doesn't want them to be redeemed, and God wants them to be redeemed. The Ninevites are in rebellion, and rather than destroy them the way that Sodom and Gomorrah had been destroyed, God extended a hand of grace to them. And that's what made Jonah so mad. To the point where he was like, well, they can't repent if I don't go. And so he turns around and flees into the ocean. By the way, we actually did a 3-part series on the book of Jonah over on the other channel that we have on Rumble. So it is recorded, and it's the book of Jonah, casual, what is it called? Oh, what did I call this? My content, go over to Jonah. It's on the Discord. Oh, here we go. Channels. Casual Bible Studies with Alaska Jeff. Copy. Paste. I didn't do many videos for this. What the heck? It's missing. What? There's only one of them on there? That's odd. That's very odd. It looks like I have some uploading to do. That is so very peculiar. Because, yeah, we went over the book of John, and we went over the book of Jonah, and we were going into Acts as well, and then that's when things kind of dried up. But yeah, Jonah's where it angered the Old Testament Israelites, because they're like, redemption? But these are the wicked people. You're not supposed to show them redemption. And God's like, no, I'm going to start showing them redemption. Oh yeah, I need to read Book of Mormons too, just for fun, as Jesus in South America. Sounds super cool. And you will find some interesting things with that sort of stuff. Read it with caution, because a lot of those books, read it and cross-reference. Beware of casual reading. That's all I will say. Beware of casual reading. But it's good to become aware of the truth. And I hope that in your journey, you get a chance to have that opportunity to critique and to find the truth. And I need to figure out what happened to those videos. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. Okay, yeah. That's going to take some time to get those up and operational. That's the problem of not having time to do editing, because I remember now. We streamed them onto Twitch. I downloaded them because I didn't have the Rumble channel at the time. And I've been meaning to upload them. I got through the first one, and then I stopped because I realized how much time and effort it was going to take. And I had far too many things I was doing. Well, I really need to actually bring this to a close here. It's 1 o'clock, and I need to get some rest. The one thing I will warn, in the Bible's the best area to start is the New Testament. The New Testament from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now, there is a reason for that. Because in the Bible, those that know the Old Testament have, well, it's good to know the Old Testament, but it's more important for those of us in the modern time to read the new one. The new one will completely transform how you read the old. If you read the old first, it will start to sound tougher for you when you are trying to get to the New Testament. The Old Testament is full of incredible stories, but it really needs the clarity of the new. So I highly encourage the New Testament first, then going back and reading the Old Testament. I pay lots of attention to the Bible. As I said, I tried to grasp on the core structure and values, not the filler stories. Indeed. But yeah, if I was to say there's one area you really need to focus on, is definitely the new. The new will help you to better understand the old, because there's areas in the old that's like, why was this mentioned? And people even back in the olden days couldn't quite figure out why it was mentioned. Then it suddenly made sense in the new. I spent a lot of time struggling with scripture for my teenage years. There's a lot of doubt that formed. A lot of frustrations that were kindled. It took a long time for me to truly embrace it. Don't expect to understand everything in the first pass. It takes multiple passes to finally really start to grasp things. That's why it's called a living book, because every time you open it up again, something new is there. Even areas that you've read over and over again. It sounds like, what the heck? I had no idea that this was the case. And you suddenly see something that has eluded not just yourself, but other people as well. There's people still discovering things. Well, that's interesting. I think I might be too detailed. But anyway, that was a good experiment to see what this would look like. Now that I've done this section as my prototype, I'm going to do the other side next time. And I will use a much more simplistic structure. Kind of like how this drawing right here has had multiple different iterations of how to make this character. And now I have a more standardized version. Like the mustache and the goatee, that is very standardized at this moment. The hair is starting to become standardized. The hat is becoming standardized. Everything is now with a unique element that I can start to reuse more effectively. The rest of him I'm still working on, but the head is the number one thing I've been trying to work on to get better at. Now I'll be leaning into trying to figure out some scenery elements. It'll get interesting. But anyway, we're going to call it right there, folks. If you found something of merit around here, give a thumbs up. If you did not like it, I accept a downvote as well. If you want to see some of the other stuff that we got going on, by all means, mention some of the stuff that you would like to see. I will try my best to make it happen. Sometimes I even dedicate way more time than I should to side projects. But I do take people's advice and requests seriously. On that note, folks, we are going to bring this to a close. No matter where you are in this world, have a very pleasant day. And one thing I want you all to remember, be civil to one another. No matter what your beliefs are, no matter where you are in this walk of life, no matter what your views, whether it's political or religious, civility is what allows us to carry on those conversations with wisdom and peace. Share that with those around you. And we will see you all next time, whenever that is. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday. But we'll definitely do a couple more streams before this trip of mine comes up. Anyway, until next time, folks, have a very pleasant evening.